Senate will come back to order. Okay, Senators, let's go back to work. Folks, I'm holding up two honors here that we need to have you sign. One, remembering Senator Leland Christensen for providing recognition, giving him recognition as a senator from Teton County, expressing deep appreciation for his distinguished service. We're going to put this down on the table. And also one recognizing Ryan Passborg of Green River for his heroic actions that saved the lives of a 32-year-old mother and 4-year-old son from a burning house in Sweetwater County. These will be over at the table. I'd like to have you sign them. Okay, folks, let's go back to work. Senator Driscoll.
Mr. President, privilege the floor.
Please do.
Senator Boner, members of the Senate, specifically Senator James, I owe you an apology. Yesterday, when I was trying to get out of the way of a couple of our staff members in front, my bad leg led me to trip into you. I had no intent to cause any harm. It's just clumsy. I know you're offended by bump into you, and I've apologized to James, and it's from the bottom of my heart. And now I apologize to the body. I'm sorry for any problems I've caused or any heartache. For all of you, this body needs to run in harmony, and I'm sincerely sorry if I've caused discord between any members or any people. I'm sorry, Tom. Senator James.
Thank you, Senator Driscoll. Folks, we're going to pick up again with the amendments. Second amendments to Senate File 1. And here's our track record for what we did this morning. Okay? We spent 55 minutes on Amendment 1, exactly. And if we take on all of the amendments at that rate, we have in front of us 34 hours, 34 hours and just over 83 minutes or seconds to finish up the rest of the amendments. But so at the rate we were going this morning, 34 hours out in front of us. Let's go to work, okay? Senate file, or second reading amendment to Senate File 1, number 35. Would you read it in, please?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 35, page 7, line 14, after.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, I move second reading amendment 35 to Senate File 1 and ask the body to vote aye. What this does, it goes back in. There's a $1 million was added into the governor's office and the FNRPA account to deal with some Black Hills things. This simply makes that effective immediately. That's happening now. The effort and the support needed on that Black Hills Forest Plan needs now, and this just makes this effective immediately. Ask for your aye vote.
Question being called. Second reading amendment number 35 to Senate File 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Amendment's passed. Yeah, we're picking up on that 34 hours. Second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 1.
Senate File 1.
Perkins.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 2, page 11, line 18, after.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment 2 to Senate File 1, ask the body vote aye. What this does is the Treasurer's Office is going through a lot of changes, and it's going for a while. If you remember, we had consultants in there last year. There's some more issues this year. We were late. It's not all, and I don't mean to cast any aspersions. What's happened is the investment office has got out in front of the accounting on this thing, and we've got to get this back office accounting hooked up. A big part of that is putting in a large automation system. We thought that might be done a year ago, but we know that's hard to do. This is simply says, would you keep us informed on a monthly basis how you're doing on those things, because this is so important to what we do. And if we don't, and it just helps us monitor progress. So it doesn't change anything, doesn't add any money. It just asks them to please report to the Joint Appropriations Committee and the Capital Financing and Investments Committee, just giving us an update on a monthly basis how that process is going. What's most disturbing about some of these things that for the state is that the audited financial statement wasn't done till late last year. It's going to even be later this year. And a big part of this is because the back office, as we went forward with this investment stuff, it just has outpaced the back office capability. We just want to keep an eye on that. You'll see, and we talked about it yesterday, we're adding positions and putting resources in there. We just want to know how it's going. And so that's what this does. Ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Any questions? Discussion? Question? There you go. Second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 1. It's passed. Second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 1. Read it in. Oh. See, that 34 hours had me so shook up. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Now, second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 1.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 3, page 15, line 1, delete.
Senator Hutchings.
Mr. Chairman, I move second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 1 and ask for the bodies to vote aye. On line 15, or excuse me, page 15, line 1, we'd like to delete the candidate and insert the word candidates for consideration by the state treasurer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion? Comment? Senator Perkins.
Mr. Chairman, on and against this amendment, what we did in this is this is for this new position of CO that's going to go back in and oversee this back office, this county and investment. And what we want to do is, this is a little bit like having an audit committee in a large corporation. The back office is kind of, in some respects, keeps track of and monitors the efforts of the investment side. And when you do those things, typically you don't have that person simply report back and be hired and fired by the person who's in charge, in this case, the state treasurer. So what we have in the bill is that this person's hired and fired by the state, the SLIB board, of which the treasurer is one of the 5 members of the SLIB board. And so it reports back to them to make sure, it's just an independence issue to make sure that the information that the SLIB board gets as the investment oversight committee for the state of Wyoming has free access to this person and to the information that they have. And again, the treasurer has a say in this because the SLIB board, he's 1/5 of the SLIB board. He's one of the 5 electeds on the SLIB board. Ask you to vote no.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? Question? All those in favor of second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
No.
Amendment has failed. Senator Guru,
Mr. President, can I have the privilege of the floor?
please do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have some more introductions today. Great elected officials from Teton County are down visiting, and I wanted to tell you hello, or to have you tell them hello. Up there in the South Gallery, we've got Mel Schinkel and Katie Smits, our assessor and treasurer, who both serve with distinction for the people of Teton County. So give them a big hand.
Assessor and treasurer, welcome to the Senate. Second reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 1, read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 4, page 19, line 17, after.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here is an amendment that would deposit $10 million of our these one-time funds we have available to us into the State Fair Endowment. I ask for your support for two main reasons. First one, this is an opportunity to save some money. I haven't done a exhaustive review of the amendments here today, but it just might be the only amendment that is going to add to our savings. Instead of spending more or spending less, we're going to make the decision to take these one-time funds and put it into the State Fair Endowment in such a way that would generate interest for the State Fair and support not just our ag community, but the largest youth event in the entire state. And that's important. I think it's important also to double down on the successes that we've had with the State Fair in recent years. Maybe some of us remember that we've recently created a State Fair board and given them more independence, less oversight from this body and from the Department of Agriculture. That's resulted in a significant amount of success. We see increased numbers of individuals coming to the fair. For the first time in recent memory, we had all the vendor spaces full this year. We had a great year during 2020. We're one of 3 state fairs actually operating, had a massive increase in visitation. But the story in 2021 is we actually built upon those successes, had even more people showing up at the state fair as compared to the COVID year. So I think we can see the success of what happens when we begin to organize these functions of state government, which are supposed to be a little bit more entrepreneurial in a competent manner, less micromanaging manner. And I'd like to do something similar for the financial end of things for the state fair. So I think that's important to build upon the success. It's an opportunity to invest these funds in a way that will literally pay dividends for years and decades to come, and give more consistency to our state fair and more predictability in their budgeting. So for those reasons, if you want to save some money, if you want to do the fiscally conservative thing, I'd ask that you vote for this amendment. And if you want to continue to build upon the success that we've already realized and making the state fair more independent, then I suggest that's a good reason to support the amendment as well. Looking forward to the discussion, and ask you to vote aye.
Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, I'd ask you to vote no on this amendment. While I'm very empathetic to the state fair, and I like the endowment program, with the goal that we had was to try to put as much money into our permanent funds and some of the other funds. This is just going to take away the opportunity to put those into the funds, all the general responsibilities in government, instead of a specific category. And I would ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Any further discussion? Second reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 1. All those in favor say aye. Whoops. What? Oh, money. We're back to money. Go ahead.
Second reading amendment number 4. Roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? No. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks?
No.
No. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinski?
No.
No. Cole? No. Cost? No. Cost? No. Yes. Cost votes aye. Landon? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 4, 12 aye, 18 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. Senator Kinski,
May I have privilege of the floor?
please.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm Wyoming Senate welcome to Buffalo Mayor Shane Schrader, who joins us here today.
Welcome, Mayor Schrader. Second reading amendment number 5, Senate File 1, read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 5, page 20, line 18 after.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would move second reading amendment number 5, Senate File 1. Mr. President, this is a $3 million appropriation to fund the property tax refund program that has been on the books for quite some time, but we have not funded it in many years. The program would allow people that meet an income and asset qualification to apply to receive part of their taxes paid by this fund, is basically what it is, Mr. President. It's income qualified. It's based on the median household income has to have less than 3/4 of the county or state median household income, Mr. President. And they can't have very many assets, but they can apply for this program and receive a reduction in their property taxes. It's a solid way to have reduced taxes to the people that are the most needy. I hope the money comes from the general fund, $3 million, statewide program. The counties will have to buy in too, but I hope we'll approve this funding source so that the program can begin. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Discussion? Discussion? Senator Kinski.
Mr. President, thank you. On and against the amendment, there's a reason this program hasn't been funded for a number of years. It's because it starts at $3 million and gets more and more and more expensive, and I get it. I get it. Property tax relief is something that's near and dear to all of our hearts and minds. There is a remedy for property tax relief. It's a provision of Wyoming statute 3913-107B, which says you don't have to pay your property taxes in any given year. You just roll them over onto a lien. And upon your death, when the house is sold, the property taxes are paid. Now, why do people not like to do that? They say, well, I want to leave my house to my kids. Well, okay, so what we're going to do instead is we'll give you a break on the property tax, and then your kids get to sell the house for that much more. It's an income transfer. It's effectively taking money out of the public funds and transferring it to the heirs. But there's a program there. It's underutilized. It should be utilized much more heavily, and it's a much more effective way of giving relief immediately to the people who need it. And then when the house is sold, the proceeds come back to the county. This $3 million, I guarantee if we reinstate this program, will grow and grow and grow. And we know what our fortunes are as we look past this COVID money, and the future is not bright. We need to be as frugal as we can now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? Further discussion? No further discussion? Oh, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on and for the amendment, and I understand the other program that's out there. I think the fact that it's undersubscribed is because it doesn't work. The concern I have is that we keep pointing to it as the effective alternative that exists that leads us to not need this fund, but each time we point to it, we also point out that it doesn't work. I think the reason it doesn't work is that there's some fundamental flaws. And when you have a lien on the property, that becomes a challenge that does a few things. One, if there's any desire to have a reverse mortgage, you can't do that any longer. Another is honestly just the emotional and reaction that people have to having a lien on their property and taking away that value precludes them from engaging in it. And there might be other reasons. I'm going to support this amendment because nothing has been done to remedy this problem in as many years as I've been hearing about the fact that there's this alternative solution. If we want the alternative solution of tax relief to work, maybe we should focus on fixing that problem. But until then, there is a real need. We know there is a real need. We know that people are suffering. We know that property taxes for those on fixed incomes, low incomes, are incredibly challenging, particularly in areas where those property values are going up. And we also know that in those areas, folks, particularly on fixed income, are not just going to move someplace else because they can't afford their property taxes. What a horrible thing to do to people in their later years, to say, I'm sorry, I realize you can't afford your property tax in the home that you lived your entire life. You're going to have to go live someplace else. So, again, I do recognize, once again, because we hear it year in, year out, that there are other alternatives on the books, but until those work, this is the one that does what it's supposed to do, and it directly remedies the situation. So I'm on and for this amendment, and I'm eager to come up with a remedy that makes the other one work. Let's do that during the next off season, make that alternative program work. Until then, let's support one that does.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you. Just want to talk just a little bit about the last comments that were made with respect to how you do that. Let me tell you, if you're going to go refinance a home, if you're going to do reverse mortgage, obviously, the way those reverse mortgages work, mortgage on your house, either through a line of credit or you get a stream of payments set up, and they'll advance to you back about 50% of the value of your house, and then you get to stay in that house as long as you're alive, or there's primary residence, and then when it's sold or when you die, they'll sell that house, and they're stuck with they get what their mortgage is plus whatever accrued interest is, and if there's any left over after that, then your estate or you, if you were to sell that house and move out, would get that. And if there's not, then usually they have to agree that when they take the house, that's going to, not always, but usually that will extinguish the reverse mortgage. So let me tell you, if you start out this and you had a lien on your house because you deferred your property taxes, and then you decide you want to get a reverse mortgage, all that would happen is the reverse mortgage would simply advance the money and pay off the property tax, and then they would insert the lien. This happens all the time in mortgages, where you clear up a mortgage, they clear up, as part of the closing, they clear up the tax, and then they go ahead and impose the mortgage, which creates a lien on your house. So the question is, should be able to spend all the money and equity out of your house, the way that, or should you have some responsibility with respect to your obligations to pay taxes, which, as we've talked about, usually it has nothing to do with the individual themselves. More often than not, it's a transfer of wealth of the house to the kids. When the parents die, they inherit the house. I don't know anybody that doesn't want to give their money to their kids, but you know what? Schools and other forms of government don't run themselves for free.
Further discussion? Let's go, Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, I'm confused. The county, the property taxes are liened on the property. So the people getting the property taxes are not out any money. It's just delayed. So we put $3 million up. That's to compensate the county, and then when they get their delayed payment, do they return that to the state?
Senator Case, you want to take that, or do we wrap it up with you? Go ahead.
If nobody else wishes, Mr. President, sure. Let's not confuse two programs here. There is a program called the Property Tax Deferral Program that indeed allows for people to defer their taxes down the road, and a lien is put on the house. This program that we're talking about is the Property Tax Refund Program. It works a lot like the Veterans Exemption Program, for example. And Mr. President, a person can qualify for this program if they have a low income, low amount of assets, and they can only qualify up to 1/2 of the property tax that's due. Under the program, the state of Wyoming would make up the difference to the counties and the local governmental entities that rely on property taxes up to the amount of $3 million. Now, Mr. President, we have funded this program before and not funded this program before. And so if it comes to where we can't fund it, we can't fund it. It'll be a budget item every year, and we will be able to decide. It doesn't compound from 3 million to 10 million to whatever. That doesn't happen. We decide how much the program, when the money's out, Mr. President. Now, I heard several of you complain about property taxes and what it's doing to your elderly people on fixed income. This isn't really necessarily an elderly person issue, but so many times People have settled in a community and they've watched these astounding changes that are occurring in our state when people are buying real estate with sight unseen, paying the offering price or paying a premium above the price. We're seeing it all the time. We have a market-based property valuation system. That translates over time to roll through, and that increases everybody's taxes. That's what happens. Now, do you want these people to be able to stay in their home, to live in the community where they have been a participant? They may or may not be retired, Mr. President, but do we want them to be able to do that? This is a small tool. And it will, you know, I'll tell you what, I'll bet you got to really swallow some pride to go apply for a program like this, actually. So it's only going to really affect people that are really want it, if you want my opinion. And Mr. President, we don't have a lot on the table for property tax relief in Wyoming. Fremont County, for example, Mr. President, you wouldn't believe the mineral valuation has dropped in the past 10 years, but people's home prices are going up like crazy, and they don't understand it. And they don't even understand why the county, for example, still needs more revenue, and revenue's down. And it is such a problem with property tax, Mr. President. And let's do this. It's the right thing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, roll call. This is on second reading amendment number 5 to Senate File 1.
Second reading amendment number 5, roll call. Anderson? No. Baldwin? Aye. Whitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Case?
Aye.
Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll?
No.
No. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 5, 19 aye, 11 no.
Second reading amendment number 5 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 6 to Senate File 1. Please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 6, page 22, line 9 after.
Senator Landon.
Thank you. Mr. President, I would move second reading amendment number 6 to Senate File 1, Section 15, the Attorney General. Fellow senators, this amendment envisions a little bit of seed money. I realize it's not a lot of money, but I think it would mean a great deal to get something off the ground on behalf of our police, our fire, our EMS, our law enforcement academy up there. This would allow us a little bit of seed money to gather up some of the best folks in this area and then formalize a plan as to how we might implement an initiative geared toward taking a look at the suicides in our emergency responders. Agencies would thereafter be responsible for paying the members' expenses to attend. This is kind of like what you would view as a study bill or a study amendment that would allow a large number of our first responders here in Wyoming to come together and learn as a group and maybe get something off the ground. What prompted this, Mr. President, it's kind of ironic because my bride and I went this past summer to the firefighters versus the police softball game. And what a great night we had. And the gentleman with the microphone was terrific. He did a great job the whole night, entertaining the crowd, giving it back and forth to the firefighters and the police officers, and great night, raised a little money. I think it was 2 nights later that we lost him. to suicide. Last summer, we also lost one of our good officers down in Commerce County, just down the river from us. Bottom line is, senators, law enforcement officers, and firefighters are way more likely to die of suicide than in the line of duty. We all know what kind of environment they face right now. In my lifetime, I'm not sure they have ever faced a more difficult time. I think this is just a little bit that might help us get something off the ground over there at our law enforcement academy, gather our first responders so that they can lean on each other and learn from each other. I think it has a chance to really do some good, Mr. President. It's a $25,000 figure. I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Discussion on the amendment, discussion. Senator Hicks?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think this is an outstanding idea. That's something that we need to look at. But I'm not convinced at this point in time that this is the way to go about it, because I think, and I agree with my colleague, there's never been any more stress on our first responders than there probably ever has been. But I think this is getting the cart just a little bit before the horse, and I think what we ought to do with this is really take this up and look at it and take a serious consideration, whether we run this back to the Department of Health or the AG's office or have an interim study committee on this. If we're going to do this, let's fund it right, and do it right. And I think to do that, we would want to get those individuals together and figure out what we really need to do and who should be the critical part of that and how we would put a program together. And then we should come back and figure out what that's going to cost, and we should probably fund it. And so as I understood the explanation, is to put $25,000 in there. It's not a lot of money to do something. Mr. Chairman, I think what we should do is we should do something and then come back and figure out what it costs to do that. This may not do it. This may just get us a little piece down the road, and they may not get us where we want. So I think this is an outstanding idea. I'm just not so sure at this point in time that just putting $25,000 in there and maybe think something out of this is going to work. Let's do it and do it right.
Let's go Kinski, Scott, in that order. Senator Kinski?
Mr. Chairman, like all of us, I stand united against suicide and united in looking for ways to address it. My question for the bringer of the amendment is he aware that there is an entire unit in the Department of Health dedicated to first responders and suicide? And if he is so aware, why is that program not adequate for the purposes that are contemplated by this amendment? The Attorney General testified to us in our hearings. We heard nothing like this, but certainly it's a concern of the Department of Health, and enough so that they have an entire unit. I just wonder whether that might not be appropriate and whether that might not be enough. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Scott?
Mr. President, on and for the amendment. Mr. President, and excuse me, I was unaware of this amendment until a few minutes ago and I saw it. And let me respond to a couple of the points. First, with regard to the suicide unit prevention that we already have, it's not getting the job done, so we need to try something different. Second, with regard to the let's do a study and go through the bureaucracy and get everything worked out, that'll cost more than just passing the amendment and doing it. Let's go ahead and get started. What was described there on what do we got to do to put a program together and do it right, that's what may grow out of this. This will be the first step, as I understand it. It may generate those things. Mr. President, we can get way too tied up on the bureaucratics of something like this, and sometimes you need a small amendment like this just to get started on fixing something that clearly isn't working. On and for the amendment.
Further discussion? Okay. Roll call, please. Senator Landon. It's all yours.
Mr. President, thank you. Just a final thought. Really appreciate the debate. And I appreciate my tall friend from Natrona County is exactly right. Sometimes it just helps to get a little seed money out there. This will help them to get a venue. It will help them to bring in some of the experts of the field, and it'll help to bring our first responders together. I think this has a chance. Then I absolutely agree with my friend from Baggs. Then we can tap into some of the state bureaucracy that we have. This allows our first responders to help themselves get something started. I think it's worthwhile, you guys. We've got some issues out there. Let's address them with this little start. Thank you.
Thank you. Question. It's on second reading amendment number 6, Senate File 1. Please call the roll.
Roll call on the amendment. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Whitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case?
Aye.
Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinsky? No. Cole?
No.
No. Cost? Aye. Landon?
Aye.
Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott?
Aye.
Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstetter? Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. On the amendment, 16 aye, 14 no.
Second reading amendment number 6, Senate File 1 is passed. Second reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 1, read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendments number 7, page 24, line 6 after.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 7 in Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment is a product of some of the discussion that we've had over the interim. Almost maybe might describe it a little bit of a rabbit hole in the Agriculture Committee, talking about a decision that this body made at the height of the pandemic when we made the decision to get CARES Act funds out as quickly as possible to the private sector. Business Council went and did an audit of those funds. Roughly a third of the funds that they audited came back as having been misallocated or incorrectly allocated. What this does is this helps follow up on that decision that we made as a legislature and gives another $300,000 for a one-time audit of the next batch of funds that the Department of Audit in this case would think would be the most suspect. So that's all that this does. I think it's important on principle to do this follow-up and to put to bed any additional questions that the public may have about the way that some of these CARES Act funds were spent. And so I think that is important. It's important that the Department of Audit do that work and contract it out so that we don't have any additional burden on our personnel. I think this is good use of one-time funds. It's good governance to make sure that these funds got spent appropriately. And we support the work of the Business Council. They did extraordinary work under challenging circumstances, but it's mostly as a result of policy decisions made by this legislature that we just need to do a little bit of follow-up and make sure that if some of those funds were misspent, that that's properly accounted for. I ask for your support of this modest attempt to make sure that we have good governance and integrity in the way that we spend money.
Further discussion. Further discussion. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm going to ask you to vote no on this amendment, fellow senators. And the reason being is many times I would be all in for auditing and figuring these things out. However, let's talk about what would happen if we did audit ourselves. So we audit ourselves. Then what are we going to do? Turn ourselves in and pay the federal government the money back? I'm not sure what that would help us going forward. Also, if this is intended to be a one-time expenditure, Then on lines 14 through 18, it talks about this being included in the Department of Audit's standard budget for the immediately succeeding fiscal biennium. So we are creating an ongoing expense here. And so for those reasons, I would just encourage us to be a no on this. We are trying to take a careful look at all the federal funds coming in, but I'm not sure what good it would do to have us pay those back now to the federal government, and it may end up costing us more in the long run. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Senator Boner.
Okay, see no further discussion. I'll take that second point first. Lines 14 and 15, I'll just read it. Is the intent of the legislature that this appropriation not be included in the Department of Audit's standard budget. So it is a one-time expenditure. Just make sure we're reading that correctly. Make sure that's absolutely clear. And so, but there is a good discussion as to what happens. Okay, so you do find some money that was misspent. What happens? The two possibilities within the Department of Audit is a little bit better versed in this than the Business Council. Either refer to local law enforcement or to the AG. And so yes, at that point, we've passed the point where we can spend those funds. That money would go back to Washington, D.C. To me, that's not the point. The point is making sure that when we administer a program, that it is done in a way that it was intended to be done, is accomplished the way that it's supposed to be accomplished. And I think, once again, that was our decision in this legislature to put those monies out as quickly as possible. We knew at that time that there was going to be some misuse of the funds. That was a consequence of the decision. It was the right decision as far as I'm concerned. Now we have a responsibility to follow up, I think a moral obligation to follow up and make sure that when we spend money, taxpayer money, that it is spent the way it's intended to on for the amendment.
Thank you. Question on the amendment. Second reading and amendment number 7 is Senate File 1. Please call the roll.
Roll call on the amendment. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Baldwin? No. Beitman? Aye. Boner?
Aye.
Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Cost? No. Landon? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote. Cooper? Aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate, on the amendment number 7, 10 aye, 20 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 1 has failed. Second reading amendment number 8 to Senate File 1.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 8, page 25, line 11, under.
Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move second reading amendment number 8 to Senate File 1, State Parks and Cultural Resources. Fellow senators, what this is a request for your consideration to double what we're putting into the Cultural Trust Fund. There was a lot of conversation, I believe. I listened into some of it during our appropriations meetings, and I appreciate the fact that we've identified some funding that we can put in this permanent endowment. It's not permanent in the sense that we can't go get it, and that's the reason I'm willing to support this one, Mr. President. Chances are, when you get done with this session of the legislature, you're going to want to go home and take your significant other somewhere out for a date. And it's almost a good bet that wherever you go, whether it's to a museum, a visual or performing arts event, you might go to one of the historic or architecturally preserved places in our community. This is a a trust fund, Mr. President, that has literally touched every one of our towns across the state. Whether it be for those museums that I talked about, or you've been in the downtown areas where just a little bit of a spark of money, which is almost always matched. I mean, it's a matching grant that is provided. You see these billboards that are being painted in downtowns, and this is kind of the frosting on the cake in Wyoming. I'll tell you a little story about our downtown in my neck of the woods. There was a group that came forward and asked the Cultural Trust Fund to help them a little bit. They wanted to buy a downtown building. And that little bit of help that they got from the Cultural Trust Fund allowed them to raise over $100,000. And if you've been to the community and gone to the David Street Station, that has been the result of that little bit of a spark of help that group needed. And it now has an ice rink. It's a beautiful venue for things, and shops and restaurants have built up around it. It's really quite a structure. This is the essence really of what Wyoming is. It supports all of those arts and museums, and I would just encourage your consideration. Let's double that. That would put it to a $5 million contribution into that endowment fund. And think of how much more that would raise each year that we could give out to some of these projects that go all the way across the state. So thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion on the amendment, Senator Kinski.
I love that David Street Station. It's nice. I don't know that there's enough money now, nor will there be for a long time, even with this $2.5 million to build David Street Station out of this endowment. That came as a consequence of appropriations that this legislature made. Very early on when I was in the legislature, I learned from a member of the body who's no longer here. He said everybody would like an endowment because they'd like to be off the fund. They'd like to not have to report to appropriations. They'd like to not have to go to the floor for appropriation. They'd like not to have to make their case every year or every biennium. He said, but we can't give everybody an endowment that wants an endowment. I mean, we've had the state fair. Now we've got cultural resources. We've got Wyoming's Tomorrow coming up, and then the University of Wyoming coming up, only there for tens and tens of millions of dollars. We simply, this is a good cause. We've allocated funding to it, but we cannot set up an endowment for everybody that would like one. It just, otherwise, we wouldn't really have a budget. Everybody just have an endowment, and the budget would be on autopilot. So I like the cause. I see the benefit of it. I don't think we need to keep funding more endowments. We've got $2.5 million there now. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Let's go back to the sponsor. Go ahead.
Mr. President, we already have this endowment. I think that this is one of those investments that comes back to every community out there. I think it's worthy simply because if we really get in trouble, we're not going anywhere with this money. We can go retrieve it anytime we want to. But in the meantime, we're going to be generating some valuable resources that will really, I think, benefit this state in so many ways. I hope you'll consider it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Second reading amendment number 8 to Senate File 1. Roll call, please.
Roll call on the amendment. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Murphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost? No. Landon?
Aye.
Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? Apologize. Pappas, aye. Perkins, no. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Amendment number 8, 10 aye, 20 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 8, Senate File 1 has failed. Senator Driscoll,
Mr. President, privilege the floor.
please do.
Fellow senators, please join me in welcoming Susan Bridge, who is the chief of police from the best town on earth. Upton and Littletown police chiefs wear a lot of hats. They do it all, and we very much appreciate their service. Welcome, Susan.
Chief Bridge, welcome to the Senate. Second reading amendment number 9 to Senate File 1, please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 9, page 29, line 21, after.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I'm going to withdraw this amendment at this time. We got to, as much as I think this is a very important component, I think the way we're headed here, I just don't think that at this point in time, this additional $1 million for our water resource folks is probably within the budget.
Okay, I have some objections. Senate File, second reading amendment number 9 to Senate File 1, withdrawn. Can I have Senator Salazar take the chair for a moment?
Mr. President.
Oh, you gotta have it.
Oh, I'm
read it
sorry.
in. It's okay.
I'm sorry. Chief Clerk, please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 36, page 34, line 7, after.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 36 to Senate File 1. Folks, I know there's a lot of places that our people need help. It's just, we're finding it more and more with inflation across the state. But we're also finding situations where cost of living, housing, everything that goes with it, it's just no longer feasible to work for the state. And I know that there are several agencies that are going through this. I chose to stand with this one, our Highway Patrol. We have situations out in the far west where I'm told we'll be losing 3 patrolmen in one area in the next few months because they love their job. They're giving up trying to make ends meet, bring it all together. It just doesn't work. Housing costs are extreme. I looked at these folks because, I just, over the years, I've had a chance to work with them through my occupation. Found them to be very professional as I've been out covering accidents and so forth, and they go out at some very strange hours. One time I was told we were running a little short and we had to run 1 patrolman from Fossil Butte to Togety. It doesn't make sense. So I'm standing with these folks and saying, where do we start? Let's start here. We've done some for our attorneys out there. We're looking at the judicial system. We're looking at a lot of different places. Somewhere we got to start and bring these salaries up where they need to be. This is an honorable occupation. I was planning to make a day trip over here to say hello to the Senate staff a few weeks ago, and making a run across my old friend I-80, came across Elk Mountain, ground blizzard, total whiteout, and about a half a dozen trucks tipped over on their side, a couple of them blocking all the lanes. Who's zigzagging back and forth across, making sure everybody's taken care of? Highway Patrol. Ironically, kind of a funny experience. I was traveling, following one, and before he bailed off and shot across to help another accident across the way, because the accidents were up and down the interstate, saw something hanging off the back of his car and thought, well, I'll tell somebody when I get down here. And I got down here to tell, I forgot about it, got into the meetings with the staff and was thanking them for all they do, and realized I couldn't go home the same route I came. So I thought, well, I'll head home up through Casper and Togety and work my way back through Jackson. And I hadn't told anybody, and patrolman, I went off on one of the ramps to take a quick Zoom call from staff here as we're talking fiscal staff and trying to sort out some money and everything. And sitting there talking on my Zoom, thought I was doing the safe thing, pulled off the interstate. And funny little experience, come up, tap, tap, tap on the back of the flashlight on my window. Turn around, it was a highway patrolman. He rolled down my window. I said, just trying to work a meeting back in Cheyenne with the legislature. Fair enough, just want to see if you're okay. No, and I said, wait, I got to tell you, so-and-so, I had his car number. Tell him he's got a bunch of gear hanging off the bottom of his car. And that time he thought, oh, this guy's a little strange. You know how they stand back here where you can't see them and talking to you? And I thought, why not? Why not help those guys who help us so much? I said, get a hold of car number such and such and tell him to check the bottom of his car. I think he crisscrossed the interstate too many times up on Elk Mountain. These guys are working hard. So I'm just simply asking, simply saying and requesting, if we start somewhere, why not with some of our best, our highway patrolmen? Asking for your favorable vote. Thank you.
Additional discussion? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for this amendment, I think this might be maybe one of the most important amendments, budget amendments we have. I know some of you might not agree if you've been picked up by HPs, but I have a couple of times. They've been very polite and nice, quite frankly, and I probably deserved what I got. The point is, it's been a long time since they've had raises, a long time. I've gotten some emails and visited with some of them. And we need to do something about the fact that they put their lives on the line every single day. And I mean, if you've seen some of the video out there, I saw the one where the HP was out trying to help, I think it was a trucker, I can't remember, and another car came flying by on the other side of his car and about took him out. Some of you may have seen that. If you've driven I-80, which the good senator back here and I do quite often, and some of those conditions that they're out in, I mean, they are just doing yeoman's work. And the problem I see is that a number of our city and county policemen have their staff have started to do a little bit better job of moving them up the ranks. And so they're actually taking some of our good HPs out of the area because they can make more money being a county sheriff or a city policeman. And they do a great job, and I just think we've overlooked them for too long, and I think it's time to step up to the plate and do what's right. And I hope, I've talked with the director of WYDOT a little bit, and maybe we can even get some type of a step salary so that we can continue to help these guys out and gals out that do just yeoman's work every day that they put on the uniform. So I hope you'll join me in that. Thank you.
Senator Cole.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak on this, and I'm in favor of this. I sit as the Senate liaison to WYDOT, and I listen to the conversations about the challenges they face about retaining officers, troopers. And it's if there's one thing I will support, and I don't support many things when it comes to increasing expenditures, but this is one we frankly have to deal with. We need to retain our quality troopers, and you know, they're facing some problems with not being able to fill positions because of the aforementioned issues with, you know, competing against other entities for employment. I think it's a necessary thing we do, and I stand in support of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just rise to support this. I actually didn't realize it was coming, but I can represent to you from all of our work during the interim. The Transportation Committee did a deep dive all the way across, and one thing that we did find out was that this is a real deficiency that we need to address. I agree with the president. There's no better time than now to get this started. We are down a lot of highway patrolmen out there. I think it's 30 plus at the last count, Mr. Chairman. It's becoming more and more difficult to hire good highway troopers. Those who work these interstates, they last as long as they can before they are eligible to transfer. And then they transfer. They get out of this environment down here. Can you imagine every day pulling up behind some of the vehicles that they pull up behind and wondering what you're going to find? I think this is a good investment on something that is very deserving. Thank you.
Senator Kinski.
I agree with everything that's been said, and the governor's addressed it in his pay plan. What the governor did in his pay plan is they studied the pay of every classification of state employee, both those in the general fund and in the special agencies. They looked at surrounding states and other governments. They then looked at what percent of market they were, and then he committed that the money would be there to get them to market. Now, admittedly, it probably should have happened a year or two ago, and that's, the stories that we're hearing today reflect that, but it's being addressed. So this study showed that the Highway Patrol were at 35% of market. And now enough money has been allocated by the governor to get them to market. So I don't know that we need this. I applaud the bringer of the amendment's intention, but I think the problem's been addressed by the governor. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Anderson and then Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Almost President, Mr. Chairman. I'm on and for this amendment. The numbers that we heard this summer from Colonel Hubber, whatever his name is, the Colonel of the Highway Patrol. Cabin is his first name. I'm not sure about the last one, but anyway, he was short 26 patrolmen this summer. The last meeting we had with him, he's short 35, and it's all because they're not being paid enough. And I agree the governor might be trying to address this, but I think this bill addresses it even better, and maybe we can get some patrolmen back. On and for the amendment.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just because it's important for my livelihood to mention this, I'm a little disappointed in the limitation of the budget amendment. Certainly recognize and appreciate the work of our state law enforcement, particularly those troopers who do all those things that have been said, but also our other state law enforcement, which is the Division of Criminal Investigation, who really do put themselves in danger every single entry into every single door, into every single investigation. And so I don't know why they've been overlooked here. Like every other employer in this state, and quite frankly in this country, they are short employees and good service to our state. And I'm sure the colonel would probably understand that concern as well, although he might be slightly irritated by my comments, but I must provide them that there is an entire other state law enforcement agency working on behalf of the people of Wyoming that have been hard pressed for a raise in a long, long time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at page 14 of the governor's pay plan, and DCI was included in the survey, and DCI does have raises coming under the governor's pay plan. No.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you. So the, just so you know, so in the pay plan, which, in the governor's pay plan, this is the goal. The goal is to move everybody to, there's two phases to it. One of us to move everybody to goal of 90% of the 2020 market. Going back and looking at the plan and just picking this one, Highway Patrol troopers are, you're absolutely right, they're underpaid. 37.65% lag from the 2020 market. So the purpose of the plan of the governor that to give state employees, including the community college, including the University of Wyoming, including WYDOT, including Game and Fish, is to bring them to 90% of market. And then on top of that, there's a significant amount going for merit. When you add that together for the Department of Transportation, that will be a little over 7.1 million, almost $7.1 million in change. So that's what's pledged to come out and go to this. So if you want to throw this on top, that's another 5% on top of that. Now, fair enough to do that, but But this is, we're trying to address this, and it's a big price tag. For the general funded agencies, it's $52 million. And these go back out, and this, of course, comes under highway funds. But this plan is just going across the state. So we're trying, the governor and the Joint Appropriations Committee has supported this unanimously, just moving forward to provide these pay increases. And these pay increases are important for High Patrol as well as everybody else. And so, you can give another 5% to these folks if you want to do that, but help, if this legislature takes its job seriously, help is on the way. This is more help, and I guess, in the true American fashion, if some is good, more is better. I get that, and that's fair enough, but there's a significant investment, $7.1 million to increase salaries in the Department of Transportation.
Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question probably goes to JAC. Does the governor have flexibility to make adjustments that would compensate for this extra proposed 5% increase in salary? Is there flexibility built in there to use his discretion to appropriately compensate our Highway Patrol folks and the others in law enforcement? Thank you.
Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on and for the amendment, and I do understand that there's other funding available. And the concern that I think we've heard and understand is that most of those calculations were made prior to what we're seeing as far as the inflationary pressures. So to kind of contemplate how the math is working, we say the phrase 90% of market because 90% sounds good to us. That's an A. The other way you can look at it is the 45th percentile, right? Because 90% of the median of the market is 90% of 50%, which is then 45%. When you're scoring at the 45th percentile, you don't seem quite as good. And just to be clear, that's where we're targeting for our state employees, Mr. Chairman. We're targeting the 45th percentile below average on salaries as our aspiration point that we hope to achieve without consideration of 7% inflation. I agree with my colleagues that say that their concern is that we should be looking to other law enforcement, other employees around the state as we're moving forward salaries and trying to help to give appropriate wages and a compensation to retain and recruit employees. So I agree with that sentiment, but the opportunity we have before us is for one valued aspect of our workforce, which is our state troopers, and I'm certainly willing and happy to support that, trying to get them closer to that aspiration of the 50th percentile of the market, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion? No further discussion? Question being called, Chief Clerk. Excuse me, Mr. President.
Let's let Mr. Chairman speak first.
Senator Perkins, I'm sorry.
So just going back, there was a question we asked, just wanted to answer that question. In the governor's plan, there is some flexibility to, if you go back, and there's two things I wanted to mention. So according, as I understand it, for this example that was given in the governor's plan, as was explained to us, that the lag from the 2020 market for a trooper was 27.65%. So moving them to market would mean that should be roughly 90% of that. Get that up to 90% would be roughly another 20, that'd be roughly 27% increase to that trooper's salary, roughly. Now, on top of that, then there's somewhere between another 1.4 to 7.35% that can go on top of that for merit increases. So with this, if the compensation package goes through, with this above that, now all of a sudden, now you're adding another 5% on top of that. So that's, if you vote yes, that's what this will do, is it'll increase it'll increase salaries, it's somewhere between 32 to, it could be, somewhere between 32 and 40%. So, I mean, that's what you're doing. I understand it. there's a great push to do this, but the compensation plan should provide significant raises to the highway patrol because they are so far under market. And regardless of and so the first step is to move them to at least 90% of market, which they're only at 37, they're 37.65% below market now. So there's a substantial pay increase coming to troopers. Now, you can give another 5%, but just make sure that you understand what you're voting on, that this gives them 5% on top of the rest of the pay plan. And if you start to carve out these folks, does that weaken your resolve to give all deserving government employees a raise? I hope it doesn't. So vote how you want, but please know that there is substantial raises coming across the state, including specifically to people like state. There's a lot of state agencies that they were a lot closer to 2020 market than troopers. And so this is long overdue, but we need to hold our resolve and get it on its way. And I think it's move everybody forward together, not single out one group. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President.
Let's bring this to a close. I worked 2 different times with our good folks from Committee 2. So they hired on to kind of slow things down, shut things down, cause some different thought. Not going to do it this time, not for the Highway Patrol. I see these guys up and down I-80 all the time. I see them on the major corridor from the Wasatch Front into the national parks all hours a day, handling everything. I want us to stop and think about those who are working the front lines. And I know there are a lot of different state agencies and a lot of different people that are ready for raises. We're going to get it done. I'm just simply asking you to step up and support our Highway Patrol, our troopers that are working the front line. It's long overdue. And there are promises that it might come, but in the meantime, we got to keep what we have. Some good patrolmen out there working that front line in their cars, in your communities all across this state. We got to keep them in their place and give them some hope and promise with this amendment. I stand with the Wyoming Highway Patrol, and I ask you to do the same. Ask for your favorable vote.
Chief Clerk will take the roll.
Roll call, second reading amendment number 36. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinski? No. Cole? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar?
Aye.
Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstetter? Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote. Close. Second reading amendment number 36, 15 aye, 15 no.
Second Amendment 36 to Senate File 1 has failed. Thank you.
Second reading amendment number 10 to Senate File 1. Read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 10, page 36, line 6 after.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we withdraw this second reading amendment number 10 without objection. I got some information there might be another place that we can deal with the psychiatric residential treatment facilities, so thank you.
Absent objections, Senate File, or second reading amendment number 10 to Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. Second reading amendment number 11 to Senate File 1. Read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 11, page 36, line 6 after.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 11 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable vote. What this amendment seeks, Senators, is to push the money back into the Department of Disability, Developmental Disability Agency Providers Funds. Every 4 years, it is required statutorily that DD is rebased. In 2021, in September, that was accomplished, and those results were published in 2022. Those consultants based that study on the 50th percentile of the staff wages and the high end at 75th. What you see in your budget is based on the 50th percentile of the staff wages. Now, as I'm sure at least one other senator will testify to, in the past year, past 2 years, perhaps longer, these folks have lived on a razor's edge. All of these folks providing the DD services are independent businesses in the state of Wyoming. You know, in my theater, when I have problems finding help, we shut down the theater in one case, or we show less movies. When these DD providers have less staff and they can't find staff to fill the positions, they can't close down. We can't just simply put these folks out on the street, but that's the danger that we're facing. In the very recent past, we faced that danger of some homes closing, and some of these folks have to be put out and perhaps go into long-term care. Almost all of these, a very high percentage of these independent providers depend on Medicaid for their funding. That's where their funding comes from. This additional appropriation would provide funding for these folks to be able to find the help, be able to keep their services open, and be able to keep these, our most vulnerable citizens, well cared for. You know, sometimes I think, Senators, that we probably overlook them if we don't run into them every day. If you don't have a family member or a friend that's associated with these services, you kind of just don't know that they're there. And that's because these DD providers are doing a very good job of caring for these folks. And I think it's ultimately very important that we keep these going the best that we can. And I say they live on a razor's edge. We've come very close to losing some of these. And I think we're one small disaster away from having a very huge problem with the developmental disability program. And I would ask for your support on there, and I would ask for your support in these private, very important private businesses across the state. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions, Senator Salazar?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I don't know how more eloquently I can put it than the Chairman of Labor. This is truly about the most vulnerable, and it is particularly, well, it affects every county, but it particularly affects Fremont County. This is so desperately needed. These individuals, as I know most of you know, these are heart-wrenching stories. So this is something worthy to be considered, and I ask your support. Thank you.
Further discussion? Let's go to Senator Landon and then to Senator Kinski.
Mr. President, I know it's tough to hold a line, and it's tough to stand, you know, against a budget that I know our colleagues have worked very hard on. Shortly before I came down here, I sat down with some folks who operate one of these larger facilities that take care of the vulnerable that my good friend from Riverton just described. And I went away thinking about the people who do those jobs. And it's a real struggle right now for them to pay enough of a wage to even hold on to a worker. The big box chain stores can hire them away because they just make so much more money stocking shelves somewhere than taking care of our most vulnerable. And I thought, you know, we ought to try to do what we can to help them keep their business alive. This particular operator indicated that at one time she had about 4 months of reserve, and she's been tapping into that, and now sitting at about 1.5 months, 2 months. I'm a little concerned about that. I appreciate the Chairman of Labor describing that this is a pretty fine edge that they're skating on there, Mr. President. That's why I signed on this amendment. I think it's worthy of a of a good discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Folks, you may remember during, when we were going through this the first time, I asked, before you put money back, I'd appreciate if we could sit down together and take a look at the numbers to make sure we don't overshoot. And this is one of those areas where people, I know we hear from the DD people, but let's go through history. Last year, on this floor put back more than what your committee had recommended, and then our folks down the hall put back more still. So by the time we came out of joint conference committee, there was 6 million going, an additional 6 million going in from federal funds that was restored, matched by 6 million from the LISRA. Okay, and then your JAC, acting in response to the governor's recommendation, put another $750,000 in. So at some point, what we risk doing is getting out of parity amongst these providers where they say, well, you know, those guys got that much, and the line's gonna start where, you know, you restored these guys that much, why didn't you restore this one and this one and this one and this one? I understand all these providers are struggling, everybody's struggling. But I'm concerned that we may overshoot the budget, and we've put a lot of money back in a lot of providers. We're doing our level best with the resources we've got to take care of them, and that includes this program. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Scott?
Mr. President, on and for this amendment. Mr. President, this set of providers, we're running a particular risk. They are very highly dependent on the Medicaid program. They're working with some of our most vulnerable populations. Some of the populations cannot take care of their own basic needs. That makes for very difficult work. And they can't be competitive with the big box stores. It's not going to be available. Providers are going to have to dip into their reserves, spend their reserves down. And I'll tell you, if we lose a provider in this area, we don't have a lot of backups. They'll show up in the emergency with a sudden payroll. Very expensive problem to solve. You have to send them out of state. We don't have capacity here. This is not a place to take chances. And I think when the chairman of the Labor Committee comes to us and says, we got a problem, we need to spend a little more here, I think we ought to listen to that argument. I hear, yes, it gets out of line with the rest of the bureaucracy and all that stuff. But this is not an area we need to take chances with. These are key providers here who are highly dependent on the Medicaid program, Mr. President. So on and for the amendment.
Further? Senator Chairman Perkins.
Thank you. And, you know, we can always, just a couple comments. Do you know anybody in any occupation, in any town in this state, or any governmental entity, any library, any school, anybody that can find enough employees and they can pay enough employees to have employees now? It's called the Great Separation, Mr. President. People found out they could work differently. Maybe they didn't need as much money. Maybe they didn't need two incomes. But there's a labor shortage across the entire country, including the state, in every department, I don't know anybody that I talk to in my community that doesn't say they are really, really struggling to hire people. And they always say, and somebody else can pay just a little bit more. You know, that's true. So let's just come back and just, again, make sure you understand what you're voting on. What we did last year is we came back and we put $12 million back in this program last year. We put 6 of general fund, we put over 6 of federal funds back in this. We put that back in last year because that's what you told us to. We cut too far, we did that. That was carried forward into this budget. So that's carried forward into this budget, that increase. In addition to that, there's another 1.1 1.5 million in rebasing. Excuse me, 750,000 times 2 is another 1.5 million. In addition to that, we also gave, this is one of the categories that's included in the $80 million reversion we're allowing to the Department of Health to spread out and allocate where they need it the most. So we understand that. We understand that you are responding to the people from your area. And so, and just letting you know that there's significant money that's been put back. There's more money, there's a little bit more money that's added in. In addition to that, there's over $80 million of reversions that's going to the Department of Health that the director has the ability to spread it out among those programs which I identified, and this is one of the ones that's been identified. So there are tens of millions of dollars that are available that are going back into this department and going to this department to provide help. So you can continue to add a little more here and a little bit more there. We can do that. These will also carry forward. These will go into this all goes into the standard budget moving forward. And so, and in a year or two from now, when gas is no longer at $5 and oil's not at 80 and above, you know, we'll be right back where we were last year, making these same decisions. So there's always a need out there, and I understand that. There's still waiting lists. There's still all of those things. So judge yourself accordingly, but there is a lot of money that has been put back.
Ready for the question? Question being called. Roll call. This is on second reading amendment number 11 to Senate File 1.
On the amendment, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? Aye. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost? No. Landon? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote. Closing vote close. Second reading amendment number 11, 20 aye, 10 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 11 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 12 to Senate File 1, please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 12, page 36, line 9 after.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully request withdrawal of this amendment.
Absent objection, second reading amendment number 12 to Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. Second reading amendment number 13 to Senate File 1, please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 13, page 39, line 3 after.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is something I alluded to in the budget presentation. This does not cost a dime. It simply is making clear what staff already believes is clear in the note, but the senior centers would like it made much more clear, which is they are to have a means testing program for WYHS by June 30 of 2023. Right now, some of them are reading it that they've got to have it this coming June. So we want to reassure them that it is our intent that they've got 14, 15 months, not 3 months. I urge an affirmative vote.
Questions, discussion, question being called. We don't need a roll call on this. Okay, all those in favor of second reading amendment number 13 to Senate File 1, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Second reading amendment number 13 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 14 to Senate File 1, please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 14, page 41, line 14 after.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move Senate file, or excuse me, second reading amendment 14 to Senate file 1 and ask the body to vote aye. What this is, this has to do with the indigent burial fund. This is when we have indigent burials, they're done, the various undertakers and funeral service providers around the state do that, and then they get reimbursed from counties or from the Department of Family Services. And so we've got this taken care of in the budget because we added a small fee to death certificates a year or so ago. And so that's going to happen, but we're waiting for that to come in. They're out of money. They gave this money back in the step 3 reductions last year. They're out of money between now and the rest of the year. This is $60,000, so indigents can be buried, and the folks that provide that service can be reimbursed for those costs. And I ask you to vote aye.
Discussion? Call for the, Senator Nethercutt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I recall bringing a budget amendment addressing this issue in years past, and the governor vetoed it. Is that different this year than now? I'm assuming it is, but evidently it is.
Senator Kinski.
It's different. What we did is we added $5 onto every death certificate, put it into a special fund. That fund in the coming biennium is used to reimburse the counties for their indigent burial expense. And in this current biennium, we told them, here's what we can give you now, come back next year, which is now, if you're short, and they're short by $60,000. So we're giving them $60,000 to finish out this fiscal year, and thereafter they'll be able to cruise off of the death certificate fund.
Question be called. The second reading amendment number 14 to Senate File 1. All those, roll call. Roll call.
Roll call, second reading amendment number 14. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasberger? Aye. President Dockstetter? Aye. Closing vote? Closing vote closed. 30 aye.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 14 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 15 to Senate File 1, please read it in. Corrected copy.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 15, corrected copy, page 41, line 14, after.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 15 to Senate File 1. Good senators, there is a corrected copy. The purpose of that corrected copy is really to demonstrate from the first proposed amendment had $3 million appropriation, and you can see now that has been reduced to $1.2 million. More acceptable to our number 2 committee, which is of paramount concern here before us, but this is for our community juvenile services boards. As you know, the Joint Judiciary Committee spent significant time studying juvenile justice concerns across our state, and those concerns persist. But these community juvenile service boards really provide an excellent resource to our communities to understand diversion-based for these youth. They're community-based. They're intended to prevent long-term incarceration and juvenile incarceration of these youths and really keep them out of trouble, and a great and necessary need across our state. So urge your favorable consideration. And again, a self-reduced budget amendment by half.
Discussion. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. In a rare instance of capitulation, your Appropriations Committee actually supports this one. And here's why. This grew out of a conversation with some of the judges, and this Supreme Court effort to start putting some data together so we can really see what the outcomes are in our court system. And through these juvenile justice boards, they used to feed data into the state capitol that would give an idea of what were the number of cases, what were the offenses, what was the disposition, how many graduated, what's the recidivism, how many returned to school. And we really need that data. So and these boards supplied that. So the request for the data or tying the funding to the data is not in this amendment, but we'll bring that back on third reading, outlining the data that we'd like to see resumed as part of funding these juvenile justice boards again, on and for the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you. Capitulation, the action of surrendering or ceasing to resist. Ready for the question? All those let's have a roll call.
Second reading amendment number 15, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Murphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? No. Kinsky? Aye. Kolb? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote? Hutchings, aye to no. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 15, 21 aye, 9 no.
Second reading amendment number 15 to Senate File 1, corrected copy has passed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 16 to Senate File 1, read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 16, page 44, line 10 after.
Senator Hicks. It's all yours, Senator Hicks. Number 16.
Mr. President, I would move that you adopt second reading amendment number 16 to Senate File 1. Vote it up, vote it down. We provide direct funding for the University of Wyoming for their rodeo programs. What this would do is provide an equal amount to the Community College Commission to be prorated amongst all those community colleges that currently have rodeo programs.
Discussion? Discussion. Roll call, Money. Second reading amendment number 16 to Senate File 1, budget affected.
Roll call on the amendment. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? No. French? No. Murphy? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks?
Aye.
Aye. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinsky? Aye. Kolb? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Amendment number 16, 17 aye, 13 no.
Second reading amendment number 16 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Second reading number 17 to Senate File 1.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 17, page 44, line 10 under.
Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment 17 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is asking for $7.5 million for the Community College Commission to be divided amongst the colleges. We should all know that the colleges, the community colleges, we've asked to dedicate themselves to providing our skilled workers, to doing the certificate work. You've got coal people that are out of work looking to change jobs. You've got a number of different people looking to change jobs. And we've asked our community colleges to take that on their shoulders. They have. They're continually working, and we've cut deeply into all of our community colleges. This is probably one of the ways to get back. It's not getting them even close, but it's giving them a little hope for their future. They're dedicated to our communities. They're dedicated to our people. I would ask that you favorably vote on this particular amendment. Thank you.
Discussion on the amendment, discussions, Senator Perkins?
Voted up, Mr. Chairman, voted down on the amendment. This was actually an experiment by your Joint Appropriations Committee because there was a $7.5 million increase to the block grant for UW, but we didn't do this because we said, I bet the floor brings us back. So voted up, voted down, and we'll see if the floor brings us back. Because if we'd put this in, you would ask for another $7.5 million on top of this. So we just put this in, and we'll see if we were right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Wasserberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and in favor of the amendment. And I can tell the floor that at least at the community college that I work with as a BOCES director, my assessed valuation was down about $500,000. And so as a result of that, we had to make those cuts at Gillette College. And so this will help go a long way to next year's expenditures. And to let you know that Gillette Community College will never receive funding like this because it will be totally self-funded with its own mill levies. So on and in favor of this for the 7 community colleges, and I ask for your favorable vote.
Okay, Senator Biden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is this a ongoing expense or is this just a one-time shot of money?
What are you going to answer that? Take it all the way back to Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, this would be for the biennium.
Thank you. Senator Scott?
Mr. President, on and for this amendment, we heard in Committee 4 in the interim quite a bit of information on the needs for funding our community college system. The national rating system I've seen, the only one I've seen that ranks community colleges, essentially says that Wyoming has the best community college system in the country. That's something we very much need to continue. I participate in my local community college, frankly, as a student on occasion. And there's some very good programs offered there, but they're having to take some steps. They're starting to cripple some of their academic resources. They've had to cut back, particularly in our area, on the Geologic Museum, which is an essential part of the curriculum of the students studying geology. They use that museum as a teaching aid, and that you have to if you're going to teach paleontology properly. And they're having to cut back on things that are just fundamental to our community. So I'm concerned. We had a different approach. Okay, we didn't get anywhere with that, but this does work, and it is something that our community colleges need. So, Mr. President, on and for the amendment.
Further discussion, Senator Salazar?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm in support of this. The community college in Riverton is the center of Fremont for many things. This is needed desperately for them, for their health, and for the people of my community of Fremont County. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. Let's go to Senator Schuler, then back to Chairman Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, on and for this amendment. I think the community colleges really took it tough when we had to make all the budget cuts a while back, and particularly in my neck of the woods, they had to lay off a number of people. And particularly when you're just standing up some new programs, I think they had one in diesel mechanics and driving diesel trucks. And now, gosh, they did some things just recently to try and get some other programs that make sense in our area for what we're doing. But I think if we don't support our junior colleges, we're going to wake up one day and we're not going to have, any electricians. We're not going to have any plumbers, carpenters, nurses. I could go on and on and on. These are the folks that come back to our communities and do the work that we need them to. And so without our community colleges, they really are, I think, the backbone of kids in our high schools that don't want to go to a four-year school and have other ideas in mind about what they'd like to do, but generally most of them like to come back to the community and give back. So I think this is a really important bill. I hope you'll, amendment anyway, I hope you'll support it.
Senator Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an important deal. And we did restore $7.5 million to the block grant at the university, but we did not put money back in the community colleges. Again, watching this for years, you always put money back in community colleges, so we let you so we knew this would come, and indeed it did. Because this floor has always been very, very supportive of community colleges. When I talked with my community college, and as we talked with the Community College Commission getting ready for the budget, their number one priority is a stable funding source. And so they're looking for a stable funding source. They had ideas for their own endowment fund. They had ideas for a number of things. I just wanted to point out a couple things as we're talking about this, and just to keep in the back of your mind as we move forward. In my opinion, the stable funding for community college was supposed to be the mill levies that were assessed in the community college districts. Why doesn't that work anymore? Well, in large part because we have 7 community college districts that are mostly just funded out of the county in which the college resides, and the rest of the counties don't pay any mills for community colleges, but yet all but 2 counties, kids receive the benefits of community colleges throughout the state. So, I mean, so these, at the end of the day, these are Band-Aids. One of these days, they're not going to be able to be a Band-Aid. So we have some tough decisions to make about how we fund community colleges, because we do have a great community college system. We do fund it well. This floor's always been very, very receptive and very supportive of community colleges, and as they should be, because most all of us have them in our communities, and they're vital, important to all of the communities, and they do all the things that you've talked about. But again, this is a problem that mirrors, not to the extent, but mirrors substantially the problems we have in school funding. And we're gonna have to wrestle with this one of these days when we don't have surpluses so that we can do this. Because stable funding for these colleges is very important, and how we do it now is not equitable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cost?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good senator is right, but let's put a Band-Aid out and stop the bleed for now. And next year, let's start taking care of that funding. We need to seriously take a look at how we fund these community colleges. I agree. But right now, they could use this money, and we'll be able to take care of them, hopefully, by coming up with a better solution down the road. Remember, they're the ones that are trying to put those skilled workers back into our communities. We're asking for a lot. I can tell you right now that with the new Trona mine coming into Rock Springs, they're going to need 600 more workers. Our community colleges are the ones that are going to need to supply those. And they're working diligently to try to work with the Trona mine to access more. Let's supply the 7.5 and let's see what we can do in the future, but let's give them a chance.
Thank you. Senator Scott? Whoops, yeah, that's right. We're done. Thank you, though. It's his second time sponsors. And thank you, Senator Scott. Question on the bill or on the amendment, second reading and amendment number 17 to Senate File 1. Please call the roll.
Call on the amendment. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Murphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? No. Kinsky? Aye. Kolb? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstetter? No. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 17, 23 ayes, 7 no.
Second reading amendment number 17 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 18 to Senate File 1, please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 18, page 45, line 8, after.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move second reading amendment number 18. This is a non-budgetary item. Just provides the authorization for one additional good neighbor forester in the State Forestry Division that would be 100% federal funding. Stand for any questions, Mr. President, and ask for your favorable consideration.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Question. It's on second reading amendment number 18 to Senate File 1. Don't believe we need a roll call on that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you. Bill has passed. Second reading amendment number 19 to Senate File 1. Please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 20,
Senator
page
Driscoll.
49, line 6, after.
Senator Driscoll.
Hey, Mr. President, we're actually 19, they read in 20. Could we have
Oh.
19 read in, please?
Sorry about that. Let's go ahead and have that again. This is on second reading amendment number 19 to Senate File 1.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 19, page 45, after line 12, insert.
Thank you, Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 19 to Senate File 1. Folks, what this is this is a 10 million out of special other funds, and it's for mineral royalty grants for emergencies for small towns and cities. Basically, this part of the grant, the way it's written, it takes out, they're not buying ambulances or fire trucks. It's only for, you've got a water main break, you've got a major catastrophe, you have no other source of funding, no other place to go. It allows the SLIB board to have up to $10 million to fix those emergencies for you. It's not for routine expense. It's not for anything if you haven't done your things right. It's truly for these little bitty towns that don't have any money in their accounts and cannot pay for it. It also comes out of MRG account that comes out of a tip. The account is not full now, and I don't know when it will fill. So it's not a guarantee. It's spending authority should the account get money in it. But it's pretty important to our little towns when they have problems. I would ask for an aye vote and ask for questions.
Further discussion? Further discussion? There being none, this is a roll call because there's some money. Oh, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I would urge a no vote on this. There's currently money already available. If you get into the budget, there's $20 million that sits in the governor's office for emergency purposes. And that could be a water break or a tornado or earthquake or any of that stuff to help any town, any special district, any subdivision of the state of Wyoming is eligible for those emergency fundings. And so the way this is structured, this would only be eligible for those towns under 1,000. And I represent more than any of those in this body. But I'm just telling you, we've already got money there. I think this also sets up spending authority for money that's not even in the account. I'm not sure exactly what it does. And the simple fact that there's money in the budget, in the governor's office, if it goes through an MRG, even if there was money to come in, that has to go before the full SLIB board, where the governor can make an emergency declaration and fund those emergencies right away. So I would resist this and ask for a no vote.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Let's have a roll call vote. Question being called. Oh. Senator Driscoll.
For my final time, thank you. I guess I've got a couple questions, my final time, and may we deal with this, but I don't know if the 20 million's been getting spent in the past or not. And I also don't know if it takes an emergency declaration or not. So to me, this deal, if there's not money there, it can't be spent, spending authority. In small towns, definitely. If you want to talk about a problem, these towns that are under 1,000 don't have the means. So I guess if the 20 million takes care of it, it's probably gonna be money left over that reverts they can figure out what to do with. And otherwise, we've got something sitting there, folks, that we can do whatever with. But I urge you to vote aye and take care of your small towns.
All right, question being called. Second reading amendment number 19, Senate File 1. Roll call, please.
Roll call on the amendment. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Ellis? No. French? No. Murphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost? No. Landon? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins?
No.
No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstetter? No. Closing vote. Baldwin, aye to no. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 19, 9 aye, 21 no.
Second reading amendment number 19 to Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 20 to Senate File 1, please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 20, page 49, line 6, after.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. To much applause, I will request that we withdraw this amendment.
Absent objection, Senate File, second reading amendment number 20 to Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. Second reading amendment number 21 to Senate File 1, please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 21, page 52, line 5, after.
Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move amendment, excuse me, amendment 21 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. There is no money here. All this is doing is clearing up the definition of what was to be done. Line 52 and, I'm sorry, page 52, line 5 and line 6 have some deletions. Line 7 puts in more exact what the expectations are in the carbon dioxide work. Line 11 finishes up with effective, after effective insert. If 2022 House Bill 61 is not enacted, this appropriation is effective immediately. I ask for your favorable vote.
Questions, or no, excuse me, discussion? Senator Perkins.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure really what this amendment does, other than what the footnote already says is this. It says of this general fund appropriation, $300,000 appropriated for the feasibility study and research of incorporating carbon dioxide into concrete and other forms of carbon capture and utilization. So all this does is add on to this. However, it does, the concern I have with this is that it shall also include feasibility. It adds some additional requirements to this, which I don't know that we're to that point yet. As we talk about the feasibility of just doing it. Now we're throwing in here the feasibility of using it in public works projects made, using coal from coal-fired or natural gas-fired electric generation facilities. Shall also include the feasibility of establishing a potential carbon dioxide storage hub in Wyoming. The feasibility study report shall be completed by December 1 of 2022 and submitted to the Joint Minerals Committee and the Joint Appropriations Committee. So it does that, but it does add some things. It adds work, and I'm not sure that they're that far along in the feasibility study. I'm not sure that the report that you're going to get on December 1st of 2022 is going to be able to tell you that, because these are research and it is happening. I'm not sure this can be ready by the end of the year. And so when we do these things, they sound nice. It's already pretty much, I believe it's already covered and it's already intended. But when you do these things, it can all of a sudden change this whole structure. And now all of a sudden it's forcing these folks that are doing this research to focus on it. And I think it changes that a little bit differently. These other items will fall out as a natural expression of if this turns out to be feasible at all, then of course we're going to be very interested in having it in public works, and we're looking at carbon dioxide emissions. We're looking at for all of those things. But I'm just worried that this is trying to make us run before we even have learned how to walk. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a concern that I had. And in checking, they felt very confident that they would be able to provide the report in December of '22 fully. And so I'm holding them accountable for it.
Okay, ready for the question? Let's see. Yeah, let's not then. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Amendment has failed. Senate file, second reading amendment or Senate file 21 has failed. The Senate, second reading. Senator Driscoll.
Can we stand to use the gavel for 10 minutes, get everybody a short break, and we have fruit trays and snacks in the break room provided by our wonderful staff back there.
Little break, folks, stretch out, 10 minutes. We'll be back. This stack up here is not getting any less, so let's go back to work. Second reading amendment number 22 to Senate File 1, read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 22, page 52, line 16 after.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I move second reading amendment number 22 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is just a technical correction to wording and a footnote in UW's budget.
Thank you. Any questions? Did you move that?
I did.
Okay, very good. It's been moved. Any questions, any discussion? All in favor of second reading amendment number 22 to Senate File 1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Second reading amendment number 37 to Senate File 1, read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 37, page 62, line 21, delete.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment 37 to Senate File 1 and ask the body to vote aye. This is essentially a technical correction. There's a case study, weight-loaded case load study being done in the circuit court level. And so we have district court judges keeping time for a circuit court level project, and this just removes the district court judges from that timekeeping requirement.
Thank you. Questions or discussion? All in favor? Question being called. All in favor of second reading amendment number 37 to Senate File 1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Second reading amendment number 37 to Senate File 1 has passed. Second reading amendment number 23 to Senate File 1, read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 23, page 78, line 18 under.
Senator Wasserberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 23 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable support. Members of the Senate, essentially what this does is what we did in the budget. We granted an ECA to utilities and then also to supplies, and we left out the non-professional labor and the professional labor categories with no ECA included in those two areas. And so essentially what we've done so far, we've given pay raises to our state employees, and it's richly deserved. But we've forgotten that our school district employees are also state employees. And so essentially what this does, it's 1 year funding. It's a lot of money, $24,400,000. And essentially what it does is it allows for an ECA for all K-12 employees. And currently our K-12 system is struggling to keep people, especially we've got about 7,000 teachers out there and about the same number of other employees. Most of those actually are bus drivers. And so what this will do is put in an ECA for our schools. It's one time. You will have the opportunity in the general session in the supplemental budget to address the second year of this. And so I would urge your favorable support.
Questions or discussion? Senator Scott.
Mr. President, on and against this amendment. We're talking basic school finance here. There is a need for an ability to increase salaries, particularly in some of the teaching categories. There is inflation out there. We are competing with everybody else. No question about that. But going back to what we were talking about last session, the Senate agreed to a measure taking, my memory is 8% out. I think frankly we could have gone to 10 or 12% out of the whole school finance package because it has run away from us. When you look at the details of how the money's being spent, we're buying a lot of teachers that don't exist. We're buying a lot of health insurance that doesn't exist. It's a slush fund that's been diverted to other purposes widely. There are a number of other excesses. Frankly, they hadn't been challenged for years, and all the natural problems of human organizations stepped in, and they grew fat, and it was time to rein the spending back in. So there's plenty of room in the existing school finance, if they will have the will to use it, to fund anything that's needed here. So we never completed the argument last year because the Fed stepped in with a maintenance of effort requirement that once the districts accepted those federal funds, really fouled us up. There was some margin even within that to save less money than's here. It was about 40 million that was within the federal cap, and we could not get the House, Mr. Chairman, sorry to refer to the other, but we could not get that through. They were just absolutely rigid in a conference committee. This is expending more than we need to. We do have a structural deficit. We are going to have to come back and look at the finances, look at them in relation to what we're achieving. But we're a couple of years away from that because of the federal maintenance of effort requirements and those funds that were accepted. There was a lot of federal money came in. I'm afraid that some of it is the nature of some of this federal stuff is not being spent as wisely as it might be, but we don't have any control over that. Mr. President, I would urge us to defeat this amendment. The improvement for the teacher's salary is needed, but I think it is entirely within the abilities of the school districts to fund that themselves. So on and against this amendment.
Okay. Further discussion? Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm on and in favor of the amendment. You know, you look at inflation and the height that it is, you look at, you can say the federal funds, but the problem is the federal funds are not allowed for salaries and that, plus there's no sustainability of that, so there's no reason to even consider those. On top of that, we've got to remember that the block grant and the funding that's in there is the block grant and the funding in there. We can talk about ghost teachers and all that, but that's getting off of what this is about, and I don't want to get into that subject right now. But I will assure you that when you pay $38,000 for teachers, you're not paying the salary that the teachers should be getting, and that's what part of the block grant addresses. So the extra teachers compensate for that funding. There is a reason for those things, and that can be talked about later. But we want to remember that Governor Gordon, I believe, had an ECA in his budget. I think it's only reasonable with the way things have been going that we consider it. We can consider it as a one-time ECA and then start looking at what we can do in the future to change things. But I would encourage you at this point to vote favorably for this. Thank you.
Any further discussion? No further. Oh, Senator Biden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to point out, I'm looking at the amendments here. It looks like a mere amendment. So if we were to pass this and folks down the hall do the same, it's in there. I would support it if it was specifically earmarked to the teachers. But the fact is that this just increases the amount of the block grant and it goes to the districts and they can spend it on whatever they want. But if we could get something specific to earmark this money to the teachers and the custodians and the bus drivers and everybody else, I would support it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion? Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Folks, I'd like to retrace at least the last decade that I've been here. We're under court order to have a formula for funding put together by California consultants at a cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that model never goes down, up and up and up relentlessly, even while we're slashing other agencies. And it rises so quickly that it has now risen 40% faster than inflation, 40% faster than the cost of living. And it is the cause of a structural deficit. Every other state agency's budget has been balanced. We're looking at a structural deficit in K-12 of $100 million to continue to grow as our fortunes fade and as the model continues to grow. It's correct that they have a block grant, and the districts properly managed should be able to do quite well with the block grant, and I agree that K-12 is important. It's one of the most important things we do. My concern is that if we do this, and on top of all of this COVID money, that we're gonna bump up the costs even more. It'll get baked into the cake so that when we come back down here, the costs will have continued to escalate. So let's take a look. I count 7 or 8 different COVID-related relief programs for education where doesn't pass through our hands, just zap magically shows up in their accounts. $500 million. Our whole state government got $1.3 billion. The schools got 40% of what the whole state got. ESSER, CARES, GEAR, Gear 1, CRF, Carissa, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, Gear 2, ARP IDEA. There's one school in the northeast corner, in total, $38 million. $38 million in COVID funding. There's one in the southeast corner, $79 million. One in the center of the state, $75 million. There's plenty of money there to do what needs to be done. And that's why I'd urge you to vote no on this. And in the next amendment, we're going to ask you to zero out the ECA. There's plenty of money there. And we don't want to permanently escalate our costs. Everything the schools need is there. On and against the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On for the amendment. It would be nice if there was plenty of money there, but unfortunately, COVID money was spent on COVID. There were tremendous expenses associated with that. School districts had to bend over backwards to do things they've never done before. They spent vast amounts of money keeping our schools operating. I haven't heard really from anybody, I haven't seen data that indicates that they're sitting on hoards of money that, treasure in the back room someplace and laughing about it. I don't know where that comes from. I've heard nothing about it. And again, I've obviously been involved in the Education Committee for quite some time and don't know where that narrative is coming out of. I do know, though, how the funding model works, and I know what our obligations under the funding model are. That's why the Joint Education Committee recommended an ECA. I fully respect the good senator from Sheridan County's suggestion that maybe we tag some additional language on this to ensure that it goes to salaries. I don't have any objection to that. These are salary component ECA adjustments. If that would provide comfort, adding language must go to salaries. I think we can all probably get behind that. I certainly can. That's the intent of it. With regard to this continuous growth and the idea that was suggested by the other good senator from Sheridan, that the growth of the school funding model has outstripped inflation by 40%. That's true. But let's look at the math for the why. Inflation tends to be right around 2%. 50% of 2% is 1%. 1% is roughly the average annual growth of the population of the state of Wyoming. The funding model only has 2 escalators. Number of students, which goes up, and cost, which is based on all of the inflationary indexes. So yes, it has outstripped inflation because our population has grown. If our population had decreased at a rate of 1% per year, we would have been shocked at the fact that it had actually grown at only half of inflation. This is not rocket science. This is the formula. This is the funding model. This is exactly how we expected it to work, and this is how we designed it to work. It isn't shocking that more students in the classroom end up costing more money. You need more teachers. The funding model is primarily teachers. Over 60% teacher salaries. That's mostly what we fund. So this is essential. There were a number of years, Mr. President, where you'll recall that our funding level, the legislative model as we called it, was higher than the consultant's model or our funding model that was in statute, the statutory model. That's the constitutional model that's required. Over the past 5 to 7 years, we've decreased that to the point where last year, or it might have been the year before for the first time, we were at that level. There isn't additional wiggle room. So I guess one caution and one concern is if we don't fully fund an ECA, we will reasonably go out of compliance with the model. And then there is some question, I don't know exactly how things will be calculated with regard to the model in a court's view with all of the CARES Act, ESSER, and other funds. So that there's some squishiness there, there is some question. But we have an obligation, pursuant to the Campbell decisions, to provide an appropriate ECA. The JEC took testimony and determined these numbers were the appropriate ECA. Not all members of the JEC agreed, but that was the decision of the Joint Education Committee that was forwarded to the governor as a recommendation. Governor recommended the JEC's decision based on the expert consultants that were referred to earlier. And this amendment simply reflects that recommendation. This is the consultant and JEC recommendation in full, which is the appropriate constitutional amount, Mr. President, on and for the amendment.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as a member of the Senate Education Committee, I too would vote for this if I knew if it was going to teacher salaries. Test me, bring it forward. I'll vote for it. But that's not what this does. I believe that those salaries do need to increase. I will vote for it, but not for the block grant. For teachers' salaries, yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Wassenberger, you want to close us out or we want to call for a vote? Really quick, Senator Hicks. Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so we have had a long history of where we've funded the ECA and we have not funded the ECA. And it all depends on the rise and fall as the economic circumstances that the state that's found themselves in. But I want to just lead you to one misnomer, because when you see where this money's coming from, it says of other funds, $24.4 million out of S5. Well, that's the school foundation program. But the trouble is the school foundation program doesn't have enough money, Mr. Chairman. So if you go to your goldenrod and you look down here, you're going to see in this biennium that we're going to transfer $128 million out of the legislative stabilization reserve account to the school foundation account. So you adopt this, that number goes to $152 million that we transfer out of there. It's a policy decision, but you need to know it's not coming out of the school foundation program account, folks. It's coming out of the LSRA. It's a policy decision. But I will tell you, historically, we have not always funded the ECA. And so we're not obligated to. It was a recommendation from the Joint Education Committee, a recommendation. And because the Joint Appropriations Committee deals with all the appropriations and the budgets and the balance and all that stuff, takes all that into account. And our recommendation is don't fund the ECA at this point in time.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, as you can tell, some members of the Joint Education Committee were for an ECA and some of us were not. And there was a question about constitutionality and the model. And let me just remind you, looking at Article 7, Section 9 of the Constitution, legislature shall make such further provision by taxation or otherwise as with income arising from the general school fund will create and maintain a thorough and efficient system of public schools, etc. We have an obligation, constitutional obligation, to be efficient. And let me assure you, when you look through the model and how it's working and try to trace through all the slush funds that have developed from insurance that we're paying for that isn't being used, to teachers that we're paying for that don't exist, we are not currently being efficient. There are some needs. The school districts can meet them from what the funds that they have currently that are available, and that will meet our constitutional obligations. We can't fix the system the way we ought to right now because of the combination of the federal funds and the requirements came in with some of these funds dealing with COVID, which we did accept because COVID was expensive to the schools and was hard in some of the instruction. So, Mr. President, we're better off without this ECA, and I urge you to vote no on this amendment.
Senator Kinski, and then we'll have Senator Wasserberger wrap it up. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a note about the model. It's not a substitute for our judgment. In the end, we have to decide to do what's right, notwithstanding the numbers that get spit out of a model. I was reminded by one of my JAC colleagues that we did approve Superintendent's Letter number 1. It was a request for $20 million for K-12 because of increased in funding enrollment, which really doesn't reflect an increase in cost. What happened is some of the kids stayed home during COVID, enrolled in alternative schools, or they were homeschooled. Now they're back, and the formula works that the schools get to pick what is the biggest possible number, the enrollment you have now or the average enrollment over the last 3 years. They've picked, that comes up to an additional $20 million. So again, I think there's plenty of funding there. I'd urge a no vote on this and a yes vote when we come up to the next one. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Wasserberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. To my good friend from Natrona County, the tall senator, I know when I served on the recalibration committee, we were told at that time that districts were following the model 98% of the time. 98% of the time. And he talks about thorough and efficient. Well, let's talk about that. That is in the Wyoming Constitution, but in Campbell 1, the decision of the Supreme Court was the level of evidence was a preponderance of evidence, which is a term of art, which is the highest level of proof. And that's what led to the decisions in the Campbell cases. And so if you follow preponderance of evidence, we have to make sure that this is the best system there is. That's how important the Supreme Court's decided. And the usage of federal funds, it's irresponsible to use one-time money for ongoing costs, such as salaries. An ECA is continuing obligation and only holds salaries at their current level in the light of inflation. And we know that inflation is at a 40-year high. The last time I saw, which is sometime in December, it was 7.5%. So if we don't do anything with ECA, our teachers are going to lose 7.5% of purchasing power. Since 2005, when we pushed our salaries up, we got them as high as 8th in the nation. We have consistently dropped, and we have dropped in comparison to the surrounding states. They've caught up with us. And so districts are struggling to hire people. They're struggling to hire cooks, substitutes, custodians, aides, paras, teachers, administrators, and even superintendents. We're seeing a scarcity there. And we're told that there's a teacher shortage coming because young people aren't going into it like they used to, which is sad. So our salaries have dropped in comparison to our surrounding states. And so we've also been erratic at best in granting ECAs since 2010. Some years we've done it, some years we haven't. And so as a result of that, we've slipped. And really hiring and retention of certified staff is at a critical stage. So critical that my district had to increase the costs of substitute teachers by $30 a day just to get people to come in. Also, one other thing, our district used CARES Act money to go to a one-to-one initiative with computers. That was very expensive to do. And in order for schools to go virtual, they had to do that also. So lots of expenses out there, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. And so I would ask you to support the governor's rec, support the JEC's recommendation, and vote aye. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question being called. Second reading amendment number 23 to Senate File 1. Dick roll.
On the amendment, roll call. Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Whitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinski? No. Kolb? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstetter? No. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. On the amendment, 6 aye, 24 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 23 is to Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 24 to Senate File 1. Please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 24, delete.
Senator Hicks. Whoops, Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move second reading amendment 24 to Senate File 1 and ask the body to vote aye. What this does is, we just talked about, we just had this discussion. This takes the, it decreases the amount to zero for the ECA, so there would be no ECA for schools this year. That's what this does. We've already had most of this discussion, so ask you to vote no.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President,
Yeah, you had me wondering there. Thought maybe you'd had a conference on this or something. Okay, Senator Scott.
Mr. President, as your education chairman, ditto to all the remarks I made on the last debate, and I would add one thing. When you go back and look at the enrollment in the schools since the time of when we started implementing the Campbell decision, the enrollment, depending on which year you pick, is either up about 1,000 students or down about 1,000 students, depending on the comparison. It has really been remarkably stable, the school enrollment. So that is not a reason why we need any kind of ECA.
Senator Wasserberger.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. On and against the amendment. But I would say that I think what we're cutting here is essentially utilities and supplies. And I guess the question is, if you don't think electricity's gone up, if you don't think that the supplies that schools buy aren't going up, that we can absolutely do that with no increased funding, I guess you can vote aye, but it sure seems that we're being very punitive here. I don't recall us ever doing anything like this. And so I would ask you to vote no.
Senator Cost?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This does disturb me. We're gonna punish schools for federal funds that they received that we had no control over. And they certainly didn't ask for them, but it's not any different than the money that we received at the state that we're taking. I don't see us turning that down, which I don't think we should, because it's here and we're gonna pay for it anyway, so we should make the best use of it. They're doing the best to make the best use of it. I don't know how you can judge whether they're using it appropriately or not, because most of us have not even checked into that, but it's easy to assume that they're wasting it. And I have not seen witness of that. I think that our schools are very diligent in what they're doing, and the strings attached by the federal government are extremely tight, so there's not a lot of leeway for them to just kind of say, I'm going to do whatever I want. Even though some of it could possibly be supplanted here or there a little bit, there's still some very definite strings attached. You know, we got to have more faith in our schools and our school districts than we exhibit here. We say that we really value our kids and we value a good education, and then we say basically our schools stink. That can't go. When are we going to start patting these guys on the back a little bit and saying, you know what, you are doing a good job, you are doing things right? No, let's cut them more and more. Let's see how much we can cut them, and then wonder why we're mad that they're not doing what we want them to do in literacy, and we're mad that they're not meeting the levels we want to set, and we want to add more unfunded stuff on the plate. If you look at the block grant and you look at what they're paid, I'm not kidding you, teachers are salaried on the block grant at $38,000. Well, you better use some ghost teachers to pay for your teachers, because none of them are going to survive or be here at $38,000. And that's not counting benefits and other things that they need. We've got to be reasonable about what's going on here, and we've got to quit slapping our schools. We've got to take a stand and being proud of our schools and being proud of our kids that come out of there. Look at the kids that sit up front that are going to be doctors. Look at the kids that come in and sing and the outstanding kids that they do. You can talk about the schools from just about anywhere in this state and the outstanding job they do. And I'm really getting tired of every statement starting out with how crappy we are. Yes, I was involved with the school for 43 years, and yes, I am biased. But by golly, we better, a few more of us, be biased and step up and start being proud of our schools, which really are doing a good job. Or we're not going to have a whole lot of teachers or anybody else here to continue the legacy that we have. We do have good schools. We do a good job. No, they're not perfect, but neither are we. And neither are our other jobs. I was just listening today about the fire marshal's #1 problem being electrical fires. For 4 out of 5 years, #1 in the state. Well, maybe we better pull them in and get on their case as much as we're doing with the schools. Think about what we're doing and then wonder where we are. It's high time we take a little better look at our schools. I'm not saying that we don't and can't make improvements, and I'll gladly stand up and help. I was on recalibration. I had ideas. But those ideas were not taken to the other side. We worked hard on some ideas that would have worked, but they didn't get to the other side. We created the problem with the funding. That block grant was created by our legislature. But we blame them. We want to throw a block grant out there. We want to give them all the money. We expect them to follow the rules that nobody said they had to follow. Here, let's hand you the money and you do what you want, but by golly, we're going to tear you apart for it. We've got to correct it. We've got to take a step forward and find a good way to correct it. Support this. Don't be jerking out from under them some money that you've already put in there. Thank you.
Oh, that's all four at once. Let's start in the center, then we're going to go right, left, like that. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify what we're doing here. And first, this is not any punitive action taken by the legislature. This is not a cut, folks. We're not cutting anything. We're just saying we're not going to give you an increase this year. And why would we do that? Suppose, Mr. Chairman, that sometime in the near future that our school districts would come to us and say, you know, we really do need to increase our reserves, Mr. Chairman, because right now we have a lot of money and we need to sock some of that money away. So when we do have a bad year or we do have a downturn, so just to suppose that that discussion might happen, Mr. Chairman, this is not punitive. It's not a cut. It's just saying we're not going to increase it at this point in time. But if there was money available out there, we would certainly encourage those school districts to try to save that in some of their future reserves. So, you know, I understand the passion, my friend, and I appreciate the passion, but I don't think it's an accurate characterization to say this is a cut, because it is not. It's just a matter of saying we're not going to increase it, given the fact that, and a lot of that money that was characterized already out of that $500 million that's gone into school districts, federal money. Mr. Chairman, we're still looking at almost $286 million that hasn't been deployed.
Senator Kolb, and then over to Senator Landon, and then Senator Boner. Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to make it real clear. I guess I don't really like when someone insinuates that I don't like schools. I do like schools. I think we need schools. I think they're an important part of our state, and it's what we need to educate our kids for the future. Because someone has financial discipline over things that change does not mean there's no care involved with a financial decision about the schools. Those two things are two separately disconnected items. I don't want to be lassoed into a group that doesn't care about our schools, because I take offense to that. I do. And, you know, passionate or not, I think I want to stand up for what I believe in. And I do believe in our schools, but I believe in financial responsibility. And I believe we need to have that to continue our schools and to have a good educational program for the future. And I'm concerned about that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Landon.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I appreciate all the comments about our schools and really appreciate fellow senators. But back to the amendment, it would help me to understand how we got to this amendment at this time. I followed only from a distance, but it was my understanding that our Joint Education Committee came with a half of an ECA that came forward. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. The second piece of it is that I thought that this partial ECA came out of our Appropriations Committee. It would just help me to understand how did we get all the way through the process and into a budget with a half ECA, and then we, on second reading, decide we're not going to give it. And I'll try to stay with whatever the will of the body is, but it would help me to know how are we getting to this right here. Thank you.
Senator Boner, and then, no, okay, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll take a stab at answering that.
So the way it came to us, the Joint Education Committee had recommended the full ECA, and when it came to Senate appropriations, it was one of those 7-5 votes to recommend to the governor for the full ECA. Then when it came back and the schools had received more money, we cut it in half. Senate appropriations position is this one because of the influx of federal funds. The other part of that is this is something that gets baked into the cake going forward. It's not just a one-time thing. It'll be a part of the budget going forward. And it is a block grant. And so the school can use it however they want, even though it's calculated on utilities and expenses like that. That's just how it's calculated. It can be used however they'd like. But I would like to share just some information from one of my school districts, and that is they had so much money, they were asking us to raise that cap on what they can save so that they can save more money. And they gave $8,000 bonuses to their teachers. So the school boards can do that. They can increase salaries, they can move the money around how they see fit. So they gave $8,000 bonuses to their employees, and then did some parking lots and things like that, and then moved some federal money into those places where they would have otherwise spent that money. So just from our perspective, and we try to make, we've spent a month of our lives working on this budget for all of you guys, bringing forth our best recommendations. This is one of them that we believe is the right way to go, and it's up to you. It's a policy decision. No animus toward any particular agency, toward any people, just a good, solid financial decision is what our recommendation was. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion? There being none. Senate file, second reading amendment number 24 to Senate File 1. Roll call.
Roll call on the amendment. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper?
No.
No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks?
Aye.
Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? No. Kinsky? Aye. Cole? Aye. Cost?
No.
No. Landon? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz?
Aye.
Aye. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstetter? Aye. Closing vote?
Chicken that.
Driscoll? No to aye? Driscoll, no to aye?
That's correct. Could I have both Senator Driscoll, Senator Nethercott, would you repeat your changes?
Driscoll, no to aye?
Just a moment, please.
Is that
Senator
correct,
Driscoll?
sir?
It's a no. He's a no.
He voted no. Driscoll, no. Nethercott? No to aye. Closing vote? Closing. Landon, no to aye. Closing. Vote closed. On the amendment, 16 aye, 14 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 24 to Senate File 1 has passed. Senator Driscoll,
Floor.
please.
Fellow senators, please join me. We've got some very dedicated public servants sitting above the president's desk up there. We've got Becky Freeman, the Niobrara County Clerk, Linda Fritz, Cook County Clerk. They helped unbelievably in the redistricting. Melissa Jones is our Assistant County Clerk, an old neighbor of mine, and Michelle Liker from Campbell County Clerk's Office. Thank you, ladies.
Welcome to the Senate. Next up, second reading amendment number 25 to Senate File 1. Read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 25, page 80, line 1, after.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, I would move second reading amendment 25 to Senate File 1. Fellow senators, this came from a conversation I had with a good friend who is very much involved with an organization that works with students who would like to be farmers in the future. You see how I did that? We have surrounding states, senators, just about every one of them have pretty much full-time staff at the state level that takes care of this program. We don't, but what we do is that we provide a line item, budgetary amount to the Department of Education. And I discovered by looking into this, Mr. President, that depending on who you might get as a CEO of that particular agency, they could sweep those funds and do anything they wanted with them. This program, it has felt like over the years, has come under a little bit of fire. There's some schools that have kind of dropped away from this. I think the level that we fund this is kind of the level that the Wyoming Senate expects to stay where it is. And so that's all this amendment does. It just says, of this line item that we provide to you, we expect the Department of Ed to support this program out across the state to the same level that we did last year. So I hope you'll support the amendment, and let's keep that line item right where it is for the purpose that. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Senator Landon. Question being called. All those in favor of the second reading amendment number 25 to Senate File 1, please say aye. Those opposed, nay. Amendment is passed. Second reading amendment number 25 to Senate File 1 is passed. Next up, second reading amendment number 26 to Senate File 1. Please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 26, page 80, line 11, under.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move second reading amendment number 26 to Senate File number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this just goes into the Department of Education. We have a Wyoming Education Trust Fund. And every year, the earnings off that trust fund are then granted out to districts for specific projects. That generates about $600,000 a biennium. What this amendment does is to try to address our structural deficit within the school foundation program, and just takes that $600,000 for the biennium and directs that right back to the school foundation program. Stand for any questions.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could just have a little discussion, I worry about some of the footnotes. Looks like we're changing statute. And so if we could have some discussion about how this isn't legislating through the budget, I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion? Back to Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, this is just moving money from one account to another. It's coming in through the interest earnings off the Wyoming Education Trust Fund earnings and just sending it into the school foundation program.
All right, further discussion. Ready for the question? Question being called. Second reading amendment number 26 to Senate File 1. Where it's moving money, maybe we should have a vote. Roll call.
Second reading amendment number 26, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Cole? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? Pappas? No. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstetter? Aye. Closing vote? Giroux, no to aye. Closing. Vote closed. On the amendment, 22 aye, 8 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 26 to Senate File 1 has passed. Second reading number 39 to Senate File 1, please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 39, page 105, line 17 after.
Senator Ginsky.
I'm hoping I can start a trend. I withdraw this.
Oh my God, okay. Absent objection, second reading number 39 to Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. Second reading amendment number 27 to Senate File 1. Read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 27, page 125, line 19, delete.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 27 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, this goes into your school capital construction. It was the Coyote Ridge project. It came in $1 million lower than anticipated, and so we're just taking that $1 million out of the budget.
Thank you. Senator Driscoll.
Quick comment. A huge thank you to the schools for working hard to save that $1 million for us, because too often we see these projects not have a lot of attention. They get overrun, and it goes to show what happens. I happen to know they've got a construction manager that's come in here and saved the state a lot of money, and I give my thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, we are on second reading amendment number 27 to Senate File 1. Ready for the question? Yeah. Roll call, please.
Second reading amendment number 27, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? Aye. Giroux? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinsky? Aye. Cole? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins?
Aye.
Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstetter? Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. On the amendment, 28 aye, 2 no.
By your vote. By your vote, second reading amendment number 27 to Senate File 1 is passed. Second reading amendment number 28 to Senate File 1. Please read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 28, delete.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, move adoption of this amendment. Mr. President, what this amendment does is remove the whole school capital construction department from the provisions from the budget. Mr. President, you recall the discussion the other day. Our problem here is that the funding source for our school capital construction program has entirely disappeared, or almost entirely disappeared. It's almost all from the COLEAS bonus monies. They're gone. We've got to do something else. The Senate has proposed something else on occasion. we haven't been able to get anywhere with that, with what goes on down the hall. We need to come back and come back and come back, because what's going on right now, Mr. President, is we're acting as if we still had the funding source. We haven't got it anymore. So it's basically coming out of your general fund, which means it's basically coming out of the legislative reserve account. And we desperately need to do something else. We have been getting by because we spent so much in the years when we were flush that we're caught up and then some. And we've, in my judgment, built more than we need. We've built things that I think that under the system where local people had to vote for local construction, have their taxes go up to pay for it, we never would have built. Built a lot more, because we spent 3.9 billion with a B since the Campbell decision. Mr. President, I'm getting tired. Since the
Got our attention.
Campbell, Mr. President, I wasn't trying to get your attention in that way. Since the Campbell decision kicked in on the school capital construction. And it's not, I would emphasize, not the fault of our special committee that deals with this. The problem is that the system the Supreme Court gave us essentially is a pork barrel system. Because what happens down here is each one of us feels we have to support whatever our local school district wants. And nobody here really knows enough about what goes on in the other communities to say, oh no, your community is asking for too much. Shouldn't have that much. And we're all afraid when our turn at the pork barrel comes that what is be remembered if we try to do something else. We've got to go back to a system where the people that benefit from the schools have some skin in the game. We know how to do that. We need to start saying enough is enough. We've got to consider that. And removing this from the budget is the best way we know to get that decision, because we're not getting anywhere currently. Now, Mr. President, understand this takes the whole thing out. That includes some things that probably are going to be needed. But you take the whole thing out, then there is some negotiating room, and that's important. So that's what we're asking you to do. Take the whole school capital construction program out of the budget. Let's start saying that we have to do something about this problem. Don't let it fester, or it's going to get us in real fiscal trouble down the road.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of questions. I think you've covered it a little bit at the end, but this is capital construction, but also catches component level funding. And one, I wanted to know how much money we're saving by doing this. There's no dollar amounts in it. Second, I've got a district that's got a boiler that's about to fail. That's #1 project on it we're going to lose, and they don't have money to replace it. And these are just realities, and sometimes we get into these situations, and I want to know with an assurance that we're not going to end up with a disaster in my district. So one, the savings, probably the difference, component savings and cap construction savings. I understand the COLA bonus money. And then what are we going to do about these projects? You said it gives us negotiation, but some of them don't have time to negotiate. Thank you.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, as your chairman of the Select Committee on School Facilities, I've been close to these projects and, to the work of the School Facilities Commission, work of the School Facilities Department, and the work of our committee. And we've been very, very conservative. We worked hard. Everybody works hard on trying to bring these projects to you. that are projects that are truly in need. And without disrespect to my good tall colleague from Natrona County, I think defeating or approving this amendment is irresponsible. Very, very irresponsible. We have a lot of needs out there. There's certainly more to do. We could have had 2 or 3 times this amount and still be behind the curve. But if we delete this now, we're really going to be behind the curve. And then how are we going to catch up? Not to mention what it's going to do to the workforce out in your communities. These are your electricians, your plumbers, folks that are doing the major maintenance on your schools, folks that are doing the small remodels, folks that even do the large projects. These folks, they rely on some of this public work we put out. So I urge you, please defeat this amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment 28. Let's go to Senator Wassenberger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, as I look at this, essentially what we're deleting all modular leases in Laramie County. So I don't know if you're aware of that, but we have I think it's 600 students in Laramie County that are in a modular. And then also as you continue down and looking through this amendment, we're gonna delete 21 million for major maintenance. And in those, we're talking about Weston 7, Fremont 25, Converse 1, my district, Bighorn 2, Converse 1, an elementary school, Fremont number 2, K-12 school, Natrona County 1, Campbell 1, an elementary school, and I can talk about that one briefly. That is, I believe, Little Powder Elementary, which is 52 miles north of Gillette, where students travel 20 miles just to get to that school. It's a K-6 school, and it has been online, very close to being replaced by the School Facility Commission for years, and it's finally gotten to the top. And it's a small school, it's about a $5 million purchase, but the problem with that school is really interesting, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, is because there's only 2 schools of the 360 schools that we have in our state that are actually on leased land. And the landowner, the rancher, has said, we want you to go. What happened was we're having problems with our sewer system. And so we were told, the district was told, that they have to build a pond. And the rancher said, no, you're not going to do that. And so there's only a couple years left on that lease. We are going to have to move the school actually from the east side of Highway 59 to the west side of Highway 59 and about 3/4 of a mile closer to Gillette, but it'll actually be purchased land. And so we're really in trouble. There are 35 students in that school. And I don't know how we get those little kindergartners. The next closest school would be Recluse, which is far to the west. I've driven that. It takes about an hour. It's all country roads. Or you go into Gillette itself, and the school would be furthest north would be Lakeside Elementary. So there's a lot of issues. So continuing down, Platte 1, middle school, Converse 1, middle school, Fremont 1, high school, Converse 1, elementary school, Uinta 1, high school, Laramie 1, elementary school. These are major maintenance projects that are critical. As the good senator from Laramie County just said, who is the chairman of the appropriation or the School Facilities Commission. And so then continuing down, I know we are building one school here in Laramie County because Cheyenne has grown so much that they have to have that new school. And so that's what we're talking about here. And to delete pages 122 to 129, wipes everything out, and we make it a bargaining chip. I think it's very inappropriate legislating. So I
Further
would urge you to
discussion?
vote no.
Thank you. Senator Lynn, and then to Senator Ellis.
Mr. President, thank you. This is the third budget that I've stood to defend the work of the Select Committee on School Facilities, and just to rise and help with a little bit of understanding, there's an awful lot of information in these pages that you can't cover in a day like this. But the senator from Campbell County is right. These modulars have students in them. These component level projects that were just listed by my friend from Gillette, that actually comes out of representatives from every part of our state come together out of those districts, and they are the ones that prioritize what major component level projects are to be funded. And they send that information to our School Facilities Commission. It is vetted. They spend a lot of time on it, Mr. President, and then it is presented to your Select Committee on School Facilities, which this past year spent a lot of time trimming as hard and fast as we could. We put a bit in the horse's mouth. We presented to our appropriations brothers and sisters what we thought was the necessary projects for the next 2 years. Folks, this system has worked. We haven't lost the funding source. We lost a funding source for the state of Wyoming. This is our responsibility. We have 25 million square feet of schools out across this state, and it's our responsibility to take care of them. That requires major maintenance. It requires some of these component projects. And by the way, the chairman of the committee is absolutely right. That's our people who fix our schools. This would be irresponsible, Mr. President. Let's not be playing around with this one. We've got work to do out across there, and this needs to stay on and against the amendment.
To Senator Ellis next, and then to Senator Salazar. Go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try and be brief. On and against the amendment, but the spirit behind it, I certainly understand. I could go on for a long time. I've toured our schools. I know about the growth happening in my community. I can tell you that Coyote Ridge is a project that's already underway. They need that funding to finish a project they've already started. I could talk to you about modulars and how kids are learning in what I view as very insufficient permanent locations. But I'm going to guess a lot of you maybe don't care. And I get that. This isn't your community. When I hear about other projects on that list, I don't know where they are. I can't visualize the streets. I can't visualize the schools. So in my plea for asking you to defeat this amendment because schools in my community are at stake, it underlies the whole problem with how we do this. We in our local communities know what our school needs are, but this is the system we've got. And so I just want to know the bringer of this amendment. I appreciate where he's coming from. We've had lots of conversations about how we need to rethink how we fund building and construction of our schools. And the debate we're having on this, I think, just proves that point. So on and against the amendment, but senators, I'm not a fan of this statewide approach that we have toward constructing schools.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Against this amendment, I honor my chairman of education. I want to be part of the discussion to find a solution, but this hits home to my small schools in Fremont County, and it takes away a very important construction of an auditorium in Riverton. On and against, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, we had one. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to bring us home a little bit on this. On and against, and to the good chairman of education, point well taken, Mr. Chairman. We hear you loud and clear that you'd like a separate bill. To the good majority floor leader's question, it's about $83 million is the number associated with this change. And so I'd urge you to vote no on this amendment.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President. I also am against the amendment for a lot of reasons, and I understand the bringer from the chairman of education. And I've probably talked about this with other folks. During the oil boom, we funded 3 schools, a high school and 2 elementaries in my community with bonds. But it was a different time then. We had an influx of money, an influx of people. We were running out of room. We had to do it fast, and we did it. But I guarantee you right now, if we had to go to our voters, in fact, we just did about a year ago for a school facility, and it was defeated handily because, again, we were coming out of a pandemic, and the money's not flowing like it was during the boom. So I think it's real important, and I do understand the intent and what the chairman's trying to talk about. I think we do need to have some conversations in the future about how we do capital construction with our schools and whatnot, but definitely against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kinski? Oop. Anybody else? Senator Nethercott? And then we'll up to Cole.
Thank you, Mr. President. Supporting my Laramie County colleague about the need to ensure that our schools are in the condition they are. Laramie County continues to grow, as we know. You heard both of our Laramie County senators here speak to the harm that this causes. We know that we have a significant amount of our students in modulars, and for the time being, we need to keep them there. Our Laramie County students love learning in their modulars. And I say that with a level of irony at this late night and jest and humor, but that's really what we're trying to save here. That's the state of the circumstances, which quite frankly is not acceptable either. But we really need to be careful how much we continue to cut right now, and on and against the amendment.
Okay, who else did we have? Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and for the amendment. I think there's a few things happening here. Our funding model's collapsing, and incidentally, I'm not for the destruction of Campbell County and have not gotten any pork. But I think we have to have a hard conversation about just where we're going. We don't have a future with the past way of funding. And if we don't tackle this head on, we are going to find ourselves at odds in the future. So I think this is long overdue for a conversation on just what do we do? We can't continue to do what we're doing, how we're doing it. It's with the strain we're going to have on other funding issues, this is untenable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let's go over to Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President, for my second time. I do understand the tall senator from Casper. We do have to find a way to fund it. But because of that problem, we shouldn't shirk our responsibilities to provide adequate facilities, especially the leases. Remember, this also includes the leases that we have for our charter schools. Okay, we'll default on those if we don't pay those leases. I really see that we're getting a world of hurt if we don't take care of our component projects, our leases for modulars, our leases for our charter schools, our capacity schools that we've already bid and ready to go to construction. Those things need to happen. I agree, our previous funding source has dried up and gone away. And we've allocated those cold bonus monies in the past to education facilities. But frankly, we got to find a new source. I agree. The problem is we can't stop doing what we're doing while we find this new source. So we can't bury our head in the sand. Thank you.
Let's vote. Senator Scott, you want to say anything before we vote?
Yes, very briefly, Mr. President. I think the debate has illustrated the problems we've got with the current system. And just listen to, we've got a pork barrel system with an empty pork barrel, and it's going to get us in trouble. And the kind of trouble is going to mean that you aren't going to have enough funding to operate schools. You aren't going to have enough funding to do the things in the health department that we need to, that we've been voting for today. We've got to get this problem solved, and we're getting stonewalled. So with that, Mr. President, I do think I hear Russ Zimmer's truck revving up out in the lobby.
Yeah, I
Let's
thought
vote
I
and
heard
get
it
over
too.
with.
Yeah, it's definitely out there. This is a roll call vote, folks. Lots of money. Second reading amendment number 28 to Senate File 1. Call roll.
Second reading amendment number 28, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? No. Whitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Furphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? Aye. Kinski? No. Cole? Aye. Cost? No. Landon? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. On the amendment, 7 aye, 23 no.
Second reading amendment number 28 to Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 29 to Senate File 1, read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 29, page 1, line 10, delete.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 29 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment, colleagues, concerns the National Board Certified Teachers Reimbursement. Wyoming Statute 217501F provides a lump sum payment of $4,000 to full-time teachers holding valid certification by the National Board of Professional Teaching Standards. Eligible National Board certified teachers may continue to receive annual incentive payments subject to the requirements in statute for each year their certificate is valid. Teachers earning initial certification on or January 1st, 2021, a year ago, are limited to 15 total incentive payments. And this program started in 2006. So this is what we're talking about. This amendment, seeks to restore the cut that that was made into the stipend. The stipend was cut in half. And statewide, just for your information, there are 476 National Board Certified teachers receiving the $4,000 stipend. That was for 21-22. So one thing I wanted to correct, as I heard during the presentation for this cut, it was mentioned by our Good Appropriations Committee that the stipend was matched by a certain foundation here in Wyoming. That's not correct. The stipend was not matched. What was matched was the cost of obtaining the certification, not the stipend is not matched, just the cost of obtaining the certification. So the program that helps teachers obtain certification is no more, and the matching state funds of the program are being reverted. The governor has already shown his disapproval of this action being taken through the budget. Okay, that happened a while back. A similar action was taken in 2020. The governor exercised a line item veto with the following justification, and these are his words, I quote, "National Board Certified teachers are committed people who have spent years working to achieve their certification and learn how best to educate our children. To change the incentive for this hard work on teachers in the middle of the program or in years after certification is going back on a commitment. I recognize this program may run out of funding sooner as a result, but Wyoming does not welch on her promises. Teachers who undertook this course of action did so with an understanding. Reductions in compensation for this program should be contemplated for new teachers entering the program, not those that are halfway through it, end quote. So Wyoming committed to paying $4,000 stipends for these teachers with national board certification in 2007. It was Senate File 100. In 2019, House Bill 28 contemplated a reduction to the stipend amount, but ultimately kept that full stipend with a cap of the 15 payments that we have now. And the reason for that was because of wanting to keep the promise that had been made to teachers that have earned that certification. So I ask you, this cut does go back on the promise that we made. It provides half of the match that we've promised these teachers, and I ask you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Further discussion? Question being, Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to repeat what we presented on the floor yesterday. The foundation matched at 50-50. We have not taken away the stipend. It's still $4,000. But without the foundation support, we're simply asking the school districts to backfill the other half of it, on and against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion? Senator Hicks.
You know, Mr. Chairman or Mr. President, what's changed since 2020? 503,279,983 has been distributed to the school districts. Of that, 286 million is still waiting to be distributed. The only thing we're saying is this: for the next 2 years during this biennium period, use some of that money to help pay your portion, those school teachers' portions for those national board certified teachers.
Ready for the question? Roll call, please.
Second reading amendment number 29, roll call. Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Whitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstetter? No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On the amendment, 8 aye, 22 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 29 to Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 30 to Senate File 1. Read it in, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 30, page 1, line 10, after.
Senator Hicks.
President, I move second reading amendment number 30 to Senate File number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, I want to take you down here. So this deals with your legislative stabilization reserve account, and it deals with what we call the backstop for the school foundation. So there's two things going on here, and I want to just bring your attention to one of them. So every biennium, there's $100 million that automatically transfers out of your savings account, your LISRA, transfers into the school foundation program account. So that just happens. You don't get a vote on it. It just happens. But that's not what this bill deals with, Mr. Chairman. What this deals with is we have a trigger in the LSRA. And currently the trigger is $500 million. And what happens when you get to $500 million, when the LSRA gets down to that level, at that point in time, it triggers that there will be no more backstop in the school foundation program. And at that point in time, the superintendent of public instruction would have to prorate a reduction in the model to each school district in the state. So you have to ask yourself, well, why 500 million? 500 million is there because we have guaranteed and provided loan guarantees and public purpose investments out of the LSRA to that point. So what that effectively says is when we get to $500 million, it's not available to spend, folks. It's got an obligation tied against that. What this amendment does is takes that $500 million and raises it to $1.25 billion. And why would we do that? So what happens when the LSRA is drained down to $1.25 billion? The auditor, the treasurer, and the governor will certify that that's what the balance of that account is. At that point in time, we're going to be reducing state budgets. We're going to be right back to where we were at. We're going to be cutting the Department of Health, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Family Services, all these difficult cuts that we just went through in step 1, step 2, step 3. Our state employees, some of them took deferment and didn't get paid for 1 day a month. They had to stay home when we really hit it in a drop. What the $1.25 billion trigger does now says, so I just want you to think back about the height of the pandemic and that we had to literally go in and say, you guys are furloughed for 1 day a month for employees over a certain period that you didn't get paid. And think about every other employee around the state of Wyoming that got laid off. So what this basically does is say, when you get to that $1.25 billion, at that point in time, folks, we're into budget reductions again. We're cutting state agencies. There'll be reductions across the board. And what this says, when you get there, the school districts are also going to share in some of that burden and the reduction of the budget, which didn't happen last go around. So it just tries to put our K through 12 education system on an equal footing that when we get to the point where we start to reduce, then they have to come down also. That's the trigger. When we hit that $1.25 billion, certified by the auditor, the treasurer, and the governor, it kicks in that the superintendent would then start to prorate those reductions across the model for those school districts. At the same time, we're reducing all the spending for our government agencies. Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions.
Questions, discussion? There being none? Okay, go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. Chairman, a few years ago, this body started to try to restrain itself with regard to legislating in the budget, where we're calling out specific statutes in the green books and amending them through the budget because it's wildly inappropriate. And we did that, sort of, for a while. But now in the last section we considered, we pulled in statute, which had previously been amended through bill, which was appropriate because a bill is the right way to amend the green books. So we'd sort of constrained ourselves and tried to focus on the budget being for the standard operation of the state and for legislation through bills that we can all run to be run through the full process and appropriately heard in multiple committees for the policy considerations therein. So it seems that we've kind of gone down that path once again, where it's just easier to put full-blown bills into the budget to amend statute. I don't know that everyone remembers the debate around when this was passed in statute 4.5, 5 years ago. It was a pretty big debate, and it was a gigantic bill. And the language that was originally here was in a contentious conference committee. It was an amazing amount of work that went into it, an amazing amount of debate that went into it. The idea that we would change it on a second reading budget amendment, again, I think degrades and erodes the process. If this is necessary, this should have been a bill. This is a reasonable bill. It is a big deal. It is the kind of thing that needs to go through the full process. And we can make these decisions because it's very much up to this body how we do things, really. We have a lot of control. And we did legislate a lot through the budget several years ago. Some members of this chamber were very, very averse to that type of legislating in the budget and tended to stand up on the floor and rail against it until later when they didn't. So here we are again. But I continue to think that legislation belongs in bills that go entirely through the process pursuant to what it says in our Constitution on how bills are supposed to be run through the process. And that the budget is to be limited to general operations of the government. This is not that. So whether you're for it or you're against it, honestly, I hope you'll resist this budget amendment as not being a budget amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let's go back to Senator Boner, and then we'll work over this way.
Thank you, Mr. President. Certainly, share some of the concerns of the previous speaker. It'd be nice if that ship hadn't sailed already, but as we've discussed, there's entire bills that used to be separate bills that are now in Section 300. So that ship sailed. I think this is an important policy decision that has everything to do with the budget. Fact is, things have changed significantly since 4 or 5 years ago. The more we kick the can down the road when it comes to K-12 funding, the bigger that structural deficit becomes. Now that we have an influx in the LISRA, that LISRA goes up, we're just making the situation worse, assuming that we're not going to actually come to some sort of long-term solution until we get right up to the edge of that trigger. It's entirely appropriate to adjust where that trigger point is based off our circumstances. I don't see it necessarily changing much in terms of the how long it's going to take till we get to that point. We have to adjust the dollar amount given the changing circumstances. So I think for our school's sake, we need to make sure that we don't wait till we go off the cliff until it's, if we go off the cliff at a point where that cliff is much steeper, it's a bad result for everybody. So I think that the responsible thing to do is to adjust this point at which we actually have to make a decision as a body to reflect the current reality. Otherwise, we're just pushing our decisions off on future legislators, future superintendents of public instruction, for future school boards, and the situation will be much worse once we actually get to that point. For the amendment.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Very quickly, I don't know how I'm going to vote on this bill, but I will tell you that I'm getting to the point too, where major pieces of legislation, major policy decisions should be bills in themselves and not in the budget. And I will remember that. Thank you.
Let's go to Senator Scott and then over to Senator Landon. Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. President, first I'm going to say frankly that one of the things I picked up out of this debate is it's dangerous to put guarantees and other contingent expenditures against the LISRA. That's something we need to guard against because it gets us in trouble. And this amendment has illustrated that. Mr. President, frankly, I think this trigger ought not to be in separate legislation. It probably ought to be set up in separate legislation to be something that is periodically set in the budget bill, because it is something we may have to adjust in the budget bill. It is a classic budget circumstance because it does restrain our ability, Mr. President, to manage our reserve account, and it shouldn't be encumbered that way. Having said that, I'm going to speak against this amendment. I think it goes several steps too far and will trigger a crisis where we won't solve the underlying problem. We'll simply come down and change this back again so we can get at the LISRA to fund the schools. So I think if we raised it a smaller amount that was more in accord with where we really start getting in trouble with our finances,
then maybe we could support it. But I think this does go, Mr. President, several steps too far in rigor. So on and against the amendment for that reason.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. I apologize for riding a slower horse this evening, but I'm really struggling with exactly what we're doing here. So if the bringer of the amendment on his second time up can just help me try to get there. It's probably the time of night or, the lack of debate, the lack of ability to really get my arms around this. I'm trying to figure out the need, really. I kind of thought we had this fixed. I don't know if this has the support of our Appropriations Committee or if this is just an idea, but I could really use some help to try to get me there. I'm not quite sure what the purpose is, Mr. President, just being genuine and earnest. Maybe I'm the only one in here that doesn't quite get what we're doing here, but I could use some help. Thank you.
All right, further discussion? Back to Senator Hicks, then we'll vote.
Mr. Chairman, just to address a couple of points the first one as to whether it should be in a bill. You're right, it should be in a bill, but it can be in the budget. Now, why wouldn't we do this in a bill? Because we don't get a debate. Let me tell you what happens when we put it in a bill. We put it in here, we want to have a serious discussion about this, and you know what happens, Mr. Chairman? You have to have two different entities that want to have this discussion. And so we can bring a bill in here and we can debate it, and then it goes to another end of a building and just disappears. And there's never a debate, Mr. Chairman. Never a debate. So when you're restricted with what tools you have available to yourself, you need to avail yourself of those tools, Mr. Chairman. This is the only tool that's been left to remediate the situation at hand. Has it gone too far? I don't think so, because I think this is the tool that will actually spur the debate. The way the process works, we put things in the budget, they put things in the budget, then we go to conference, we hash it out, and it just begins a conversation. Mr. Chairman, this is a tool. It's the only tool we have left to have this discussion is what is the proper level that triggered? Because what I know is going through this 2 years ago and going through the budget cut, and I went sit through as your appropriations vice chairman and saw the pain that was inflicted upon every other state agency in the state of Wyoming. We've been through these discussions, DD waivers, reimbursements for rebasing for our providers, our highways. Everybody else had to go through that process, and the one entity that didn't go through any of it. We need to have this discussion, Mr. Chairman. Somebody show me another tool that's going to get that discussion started, and I'd be more than happy to pull this. But in my time here, and particularly in the last 4 or 5 years, part of the reason to bring this is to show everybody in this body that you don't get to debate these issues. Auto appropriation automatically shows up. $380 million of general fund money is now going to the school side of the equation. And most of that you never see. And you know why you don't see it? Because it's in a tip, or it's in a guarantee, or it's in a spending policy. You don't ever see it. It just shows up. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, it is time to shine a light on what we are funding and how we're doing it. And this is the only tool in the last 4 or 5 years that I've seen that's been left available to have those discussions.
Question is second reading amendment number 30 to Senate File 1. Roll call, please. Oh, Senate, well, we can hold up a minute. Senator Perkins.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
yeah, that's right. Appreciate what you would have said. Roll call.
Second reading amendment number 30, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? No. Whitman? No. Woner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinsky? Aye. Cole? Aye. Cost? No. Landon? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstetter? No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On the amendment, 11 aye, 19 no.
Second reading amendment number 30 to Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 30, let me repeat that. Second reading amendment number 30 to Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 31 to Senate File 1. Read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 31, page 140, after line 25, insert.
Senator Salazar.
Mr. President, I withdraw my amendment.
Amendment has been withdrawn. For the record, second reading amendment number 31 to Senate File 31 has been withdrawn. We are now on second reading amendment number 32 to Senate File 1.
Senate File
Read it
1,
in.
second reading amendment number 32, page 140, after line 25, insert.
Chairman Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment 32 to Senate File 1 and ask the body to vote aye. What this is, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, to explain this, if you look down in I think in D down below, and also in E on page 2, there are two House joint resolutions coming for constitutional amendments that change the way that we can invest funds in the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and the Common School Permanent Land Fund. We had some of this discussion earlier today about why we would put money in one place or another. And if that happens, what we'd have is the Select Committee on Capital Finance and Investments worked on this in the interim, and those bills came out of that committee as they come through, but there's not the statutory structure that goes on behind this in the event that those House resolutions make it through the process and go out to a vote this fall. They would go into effect before we have any legislation to deal with what would be allowed under those constitutional changes. So ultimately, this only goes into effect if those two things pass. In a nutshell, Mr. President, what they do is they create the ability to invest these funds differently, to invest for what's called a total return on these two investments. It would bring it to where they both could get to the same returns if those constitutional amendments pass. And if they do, we need to delay what might happen if the constitutional amendment passes until we get the statutory structure behind that. And the punchline are these. So it's an amendment that does two, because one's for the Common School Permanent Land Fund if that House resolution passes. One's for the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund if that constitutional amendment passes. And the punchline you'll see is there's two punchlines, one for each bill. And so it says, so look at line 18, earnings deposited in the temporary earnings fund shall be distributed as provided by law and comply with constitutional and statutory requirements, but in no event shall amounts representing unrealized gains be distributed from the temporary earnings fund. And then you have it, so that appears twice, once for each of those amendments if they pass. All this just says, if those constitutional amendments pass, it's going to require a significant statutory change, and it just says, we're going to put the brakes on it and just keep doing it the way we've been doing it until we can get the statute to catch up if those constitutional amendments pass. That's what this does, just prevents unintended consequences from happening if from people actually distributing and causing us to have to realize what we typically call unrealized gains. That's what the amendment does, and would urge your aye vote and would stand for there's questions if people want to visit about this more. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any discussion, question? Question being called. This is on second reading amendment number 32 to Senate File 1. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Second reading amendment number 32 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Second reading amendment number 33 to Senate File 1. Senator Case.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 33, page 140 after line 25, insert.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, President. I would move second reading amendment number 33 to Senate File 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the amendment about Medicaid expansion. And there's just a bunch of good reasons to do this now, and do this now more than ever. There's an economic study that estimated that Medicaid expansion to provide Medicaid to people at 138% of the federal poverty level, which, by the way, is a little over $30,000 for a single mom with 2 children. That providing her with health insurance as it ripples through the state would create 1,900 jobs, Mr. President. 1,300 of those jobs would be in healthcare. This is money that's going to go into our Wyoming communities. It's money that's going to support our Wyoming hospitals. You know, folks in my neighboring town in Fremont County of Riverton, they're working very hard to build a hospital. And more power to them, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President. I'm actually supportive of that effort. They're looking for some money from this legislature. I think last I heard it was about $7 million for that effort. Medicaid expansion would do more for that hospital, that effort, and all the hospitals throughout Wyoming than any specific appropriation from the legislature. The time has never been better. With the ARPA funding, Mr. President, we can virtually do this for 2 years without any cost. After that, this amendment says that we have to achieve a federal, it's called the FMAP, for Federal Medical Assistance Percentage of 90/10, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. President, this expansion is pro-hospitals. It creates jobs. It supports those very people that we care about, the people that wait on your table, that clean your hotel room. These are working people. These aren't unemployed people. These are working people. Many of them are single moms with kids. Working people. What happens when you don't have health care, Mr. President? So, if you're a family and you don't have health care, you have poor health conditions, you have more absenteeism, you may be less likely to hold a job because of your health care. Your children suffer, even though they might be qualified under other programs. Mr. President, this would help a number of people, maybe about 24,000 people. That's somewhere, if all those people were in one place, that'd be our 5th largest city in Wyoming. Someplace between Gillette and Rock Springs. That's a lot of people. A lot of people, almost all of them are working. So, Mr. President, this amendment has some protections. And there's a lot of discussion, I guess, about this. But people in Wyoming support this. 58% of Republicans support this, or the major party, Mr. President. of those people in the major party, the ones that strongly support this outnumber the ones that strongly oppose it. Independents and minority party members support it even more. It is supported by like 64% of the people of Wyoming. It's the kind of thing that we should pay attention to. Mr. President, you're getting emails. If you read the emails, they're all the same. You know, strongly opposed, unconstitutional, blah, blah. Mr. President, that's not true. How am I doing on time, Mr. President?
Ready to look for a concluding statement,
I'll look
according
for
to
it.
that little clock.
We'll pick this up in my next 5 minutes, Mr. President, but thank you very much for the opportunity to do this. We need to do this now. We needed to do this for all these important people in Wyoming.
Thank you, Senator. Let's go over to Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to start by, we just got done talking about putting bills in the budget. If this was, anything was ever a bill, that's this. This is a bill. This is what we debate. It's what goes to committee and what we do. It is not a budget item. I will read Article 3 of the Constitution for you, and if you can find where it fits, he talked about it, let me know. When I'm finished, if he doesn't want to withdraw it, I'm going to request a rules meeting. So Article 3 states, and this is the entire section, Section 34, General Appropriations Bills, Other Appropriations. The General Appropriations Bill shall embrace nothing but appropriations for the ordinary expenses of the legislative, executive, and judicial departments of the state, interest on the public debt, and for public schools. All other appropriations shall be made by separate bills, each embracing but one subject. For me, I guess it very clearly is not constitutional. I see nothing in here that has anything to do with appropriations, and it is a bill. So my request is, if he doesn't want to withdraw, I'm requesting a meeting of the Rules Committee.
Okay, so we have a request withdrawal, Senator Case.
Denied.
That has been denied. Senator Driscoll, are you calling for the Rules Committee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to break for the Rules Committee, folks. Senate will stand at ease until the sound of the gavel.
Senate will come back to order. I would like, first of all, we're going to call on the original sponsor, but first I'm going to have the Vice President report on the process in the room and the motion that was moved and passed. And I'd have you speak first, Mr. Vice President, then the floor leader, and then we'll go back to the sponsor. Mr. Vice President. Oh, yeah.
Mr. President and the body, the decision that came out of the Rules Committee was that the amendment, second reading amendment number 33 to Senate File 101, was not an ordinary expense of the legislature. Members of the body, consequently, if you go to Article 1, Section 34, it says the general appropriations bill shall embrace nothing but appropriations for the ordinary expenses of the legislature. Mr. President, this is not an ordinary expense of the legislature.
Mr. Floor Leader, would you follow up to that?
I think it's very clear. It's what we read out of the Constitution, and it's up to our body to make their decision. But is Medicaid expansion, which by itself is a word that's expansion, is that an ordinary expense, of everyday and normal expense of our government? And I represent to you clearly it is not. It may be if you passed it and it was in the budget in the future, we could mess with it. But at this point, Medicaid is not in, other normal Medicaid is not there. This expansion is clearly unconstitutional, and I think it's a bill also. We stood and talked about a bill. This goes a little outside the scope of the Rules Committee, but it's clearly a bill. When you look at this type of policy decision, these are not budget items, these are bills. These bills are, they really, sometimes they encompass budget, but they encompass policy, new policy for this body. And that's not to be done in a budget bill. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
We had a ruling from the Rules Committee. In terms of Mason's procedure, what's next?
Okay, there's two things that can be done. We can allow the sponsor to speak as well, but we can bring this debate to the floor as well. Right now, we're saying, no, it's not going to go to the floor, all right?
The debate on whether it's constitutional or not?
Right.
Okay. So there's been an appeal of the Rules Committee or no?
There perhaps could be. Okay. Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will all object to the ruling of the Rules Committee so that we can have debate. And again, that's in order. Mr. President, and I want to clarify a couple of things on why I'm objecting and why I opposed this ruling. And it's actually not.
Point of order, if I may.
Go ahead.
So you want to bring the Rules Committee ruling to the body. If the body agrees with the Rules Committee, are we done?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
The objection, the Rules Committee found that the amendment was out of order. That wasn't explicitly said, but that was the finding of the Rules Committee on a 3-2 vote. So if that is sustained by the body, then the amendment will be ruled out of order and it would go away on that ground. I think that probably addresses the good senator.
So, Mr. Chairman, point of order, if I may, too.
Go ahead. I'll just say follow up.
So if I wanted to not debate it and just get to the vote, I would call for the question. Does that require a second?
That is my understanding, yes.
I call for the question.
Okay, you've called for the question. Second.
Mr. President, I'm actually not certain, and I just look into this, whether that's in order on a discussion of an appeal to the Rules Committee. It may be in order, but it may not be in order. And I think it would probably be handy to check that out. Typically, we are allowed to explain things with Rules Committees, but if nobody wants to hear, then maybe it's in order.
And it takes 3 seconds as noted here.
We need 2 more seconds.
3 seconds on the floor.
What?
So the question is then, not hearing it, and I'm going to also allow the sponsor to speak, but let's have this vote first.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. When the question's called for and seconded, we vote on whether we are going to stop debate and bring to the question whether we're going to sustain the Rules Committee or not.
Correct.
Okay.
So we're stopping the debate. Although,
Mr. President, I was just seeing if that was in order on a discussion of a ruling of the Rules Committee before we vote. So this is a point of order.
you're making a point of order.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, that's the point of order is the previous question call is only germane under certain circumstances, and I'm not sure if this is one of those circumstances, and I just wanted to verify that. I feel like it would be worth the body's time to hear this discussion.
It's a motion of precedence. And Mr. Chairman, if President, if it's any help, Matt Obrick's right down the hall too.
Entities for just a moment, please. We're going to double check with legal.
Okay.
Senator Kinski, could you approach the desk? Okay, folks. I want to give two opportunities here. Senator Kinski to discuss your motion, then the sponsor, Senator Case, to discuss your original. Just a moment. Okay, two sponsors to respond now. Senator Kinski and then Senator Case.
For the previous question.
Thank you. And your seconds need to withdraw?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my second.
Senator Case.
Mr. President, I would withdraw amendment number 33 to Senate File 1.
Absent objection, it's been withdrawn. All right, we're going to move forward, folks. Next amendment for our consideration. Second reading amendment number 34 to Senate File 1. Senator Scott.
Mr. President, I move adoption of this amendment. And Mr. President, before I get started, I'm going to ask the forgiveness of the Senate as your oldest member, and I've been at this now today since 8 o'clock, 11 hours, including the lunchtime. I'm half brain dead, and if I misspeak something or leave something out, as your oldest member, I beg your forgiveness. So with that, Mr. President, let me explain what we're trying to do here. We had quite a debate in Committee of the Whole on the whole business of saving money. And we supported what the Appropriations Committee has been doing, Mr. President, with adding to the permanent funds. We've supported what the Appropriations Committee has been doing with building back our LISRA, our savings account that we can spend. Mr. President, that leaves out some major initiatives from your Education Committee. And we need to discuss them in terms of the rest of the budget because they impinge on it. What this amendment does is say, let's stick with the spending plans we have so far in the whole savings area. We don't touch the permanent savings, the expenditure to the permanent minimum trust fund, that sort of thing. We don't touch the planned expenditure to the budget reserve account, the LISRA. What we do is we say once we've reached what we expect to go in there now, if more money comes in, we're going to take 2/3 of those unexpected accounts, transfer them to the Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship Endowment Fund.
Senator, just for a moment, let's make sure that it's read in and moved for the record.
Oh, I thought it was.
Let's just for the record, everybody's tired. We're getting close to the end. Read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 34, page 140 after line 25, insert.
Move it and continue your discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I do move it.
Okay, continue,
And,
sir.
You've heard what I've said so far. What it does is once we've filled the LISRA up to where we expect it now, if more money comes in, so this is a bit of a contingent thing, we'll take that and transfer 2/3 to the Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship. Hopefully we'll get enough to get that off the ground moving. And a third to the Hathaway Scholarship Endowment Fund. Mr. Chairman, let me speak briefly to those two. The Hathaway is, I must say, near and dear to my heart, having been involved in I haven't sponsored the bill that resulted in its creation. And we've had a tremendous erosion due to inflation that we haven't kept up with. And I've been saying for some time, the next time we have a surplus, we need to do something about this. This is doing something about this so that we can bring scholarships we're giving back up to largely covering the appropriate tuitions. The Wyoming Tomorrow, that's a bill that's coming at you. We've rejected it last year because we didn't have a funding source. Now we think we're coming with a funding source. You're looking at it here in this amendment. And that will do a tremendous amount of good for older students who are partway through a career, need to get an additional degree, need to change a career. I've had relatives that took advantage of this sort of thing in another state that has it. It is a great thing for people. This is a good way to start on those programs. If this doesn't work and we don't have the revenues that I think we're going to, in addition to what the current forecast is, we'll be back for a different funding source in the future. But this is what we've got for now. So, Mr. President, that's the amendment as best I can explain it at this hour.
Thank you.
And I urge you to adopt it.
Thank you. This is second reading amendment number 34 to Senate File 1. Any discussion? Chairman Perkins.
I'll go ahead and defer to the good senator from Cheyenne, Senator Ellis.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to kind of emphasize some of the work that went into this concept during your interim with your Joint Education Committee. Colleagues, I think we're all very aware of the success that the Hathaway Scholarship has had in Wyoming. Every year, 6,000 Wyoming high school graduates are going to college and going to university and advancing their education. But one thing we're neglecting is the 212 adult citizens that currently live in our state who graduated high school but have no college or very little college with no certification. At a time when Wyoming's economy is demanding more skilled workforce, we continue to forget and neglect about our untapped resources that live right here. And so, as you're very aware, Mr. President, there have been efforts in years past with the Wyoming's Tomorrow Task Force to come up with a...
Speak up. I didn't touch anything. Yeah. Okay. No, it's green here, so come up here and use this one, please. Come up here. Right there.
Oh my gosh.
See? This is a rare opportunity for you. Go ahead.
Oh my word, this changes the whole ballgame. Okay. So we are neglecting 212 adults that work and live in Wyoming. And we know a lot of these individuals have been laid off. They're looking to reskill, they're looking to retool, and Wyoming needs that workforce. So over the interim, we took a lot of the work that had been done with Wyoming's Tomorrow's Task Force to really fine tune and hone in on a scholarship that we think will help those families and those individuals who are living and working in Wyoming. This is a big idea. It's a very large first step to addressing an untapped need or an untapped resource that we have in our state. We'll explain to you the particulars of what we've come together or what we've put together, but I can tell you that a lot of the work we've done was done line by line, a lot of compromise, a lot of work with our friends down the hall, and certainly room for improvement if we're allowed to, or if we get the opportunity to bring that bill to you. You'll notice that when we do present that bill, it is supported by those of your constituents that work in transportation, that work in the mining and energy industries, that are in the manufacturing business, your nurses associations, your ag industry, and your telecommunications industries. They're all coming together to support this bill. So colleagues, we're asking for you to think big, because every year that we wait, we're missing an opportunity. Wyoming is one of the few states that doesn't have a statewide focused scholarship for adult learners. So happy to answer any additional questions, and I'll sit back down.
Okay. Further questions? Further discussion? Chairman Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman President.
At this
Your
time of night, I'll
Excellency.
go with whatever you want.
It is late, Your Highness, and I apologize for calling you chairman. Anyway, Mr. President, on and against, and let me explain why. So this is why we spent some time, knew something like this was coming, and also we spent some time yesterday talking about the severance tax caps and the federal minimum royalty caps. And with the action of this body, we took those off so that when those amounts come under the first cap, which is 200 million for one and 175 million or whatever it is for the other one, all those amounts over those caps flow into traditionally the budget reserve account. And so, so we talked about that, and that budget reserve account at the end of the biennium, if that money's not otherwise appropriated or spent, it sweeps into the LSRA. Now, this sometimes, we used to refer to these, a few years ago, we were calling these drips, flips, and trips. And that's what this is one of those. But it's not necessarily, if you understand what it is and how it works, it's not evil on its own. It's just, the important thing is we just understand what it does. And I want to make sure you understand what this does. So right now, the best estimates of our friends in budget and fiscal are that there will be $320 million that will come into and be available above this cap. So when you look at this first, when you look on line 15, that 113,185,000 is 5% of the anticipated appropriations. That's called the statutory reserve account. We do that as a kind of a cash flow issue. So that's what that is. That's in statute. That comes out and goes in what's called the statutory reserve account. Everything above that is, which either is in with what the action we took earlier today, will go into the budget reserve account. And if it's not expended, it'll trip into the LSRA at the end of the year. Right now, the best estimate we have for 2 years from now is that there's probably what we think we have when this happens under 2020. So at the end of this biennium, we think there's going to be $320 million in the budget reserve account, or that will be above the statutory reserve. And so what it does is, so if you add 320 million to the 185 million, shouldn't do math in public, but I'm going to try. That's the 433,185. So that doesn't change. This amendment doesn't change that. What it does, it says, if we continue to have $5 gas and $90 oil, it will exceed 320 million. Could be exceeded by a little, could exceed it by a lot. You don't know what happens in the next 4 months. And so it could exceed it by a lot. And so what happens is, what goes over that then is they're going to put 1/3 of that to the Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship Endowment Fund, which, as the bill comes over here, since we already talked about it, it'll have $1,000 in it. And then 2/3 shall be, 2/3 to the Wyoming Tomorrow Fund, and 1/3 is to the Hathaway Student Scholarship Fund. Just so you know, the Hathaway Scholarship Fund has $683 million in it, is the best estimate as of 2/15. So just last week has almost just shy of $700 million in it. There is room in there probably to have increases in Hathaway without any additional money. We've just been really conservative in the past about doing that, but there probably is room to do that. There's a whole host of issues of simply increasing the Hathaway that we don't have time to talk about today. But that's what this does. And overall, my preference would simply be that when we know what that is, we just appropriate to it and we fund it straight up. Now, there's nothing wrong. As long as you understand what it is you're doing, you can do it this way. My preference is always, I think we don't know if this number will be nothing. We don't know if it'll be 100 million. We don't know if this number will be 300 million. We don't know today. That just depends on a lot of things. If they start a shooting war in Ukraine, we maybe have $120 oil. Who knows? If we do that, it could be significant. So you just don't know. We've done a number of things with these types of things before. We saved over $100 million to begin the restoration of this place. We've built a bunch of buildings on UW over the years. We've done a lot of things doing things this way, but it always bothered me a little bit because it's not particularly transparent. It is transparent if you understand it and vote for it and you understand what it is you're doing. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm not convinced. We haven't even heard looked at the bill for Wyoming's Tomorrow. I think that there's adequate money in the Hathaway Scholarship at this point. For those reasons, I'm going to vote no and urge you to do as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Senator Kinski.
And Mr. President, I want to update the body on a number of programs initiatives that we've tried to get going and that the Department of Workforce Services, to their credit, has up and running, which I think makes this Wyoming's Tomorrow program unnecessary. And what they're doing is at far less cost. Many of you may have known of the workforce development training grants. I heard from my employers that they were too small, that the money was run out too quickly. The department has responded. They've bumped up the number of dollars per person to be trained, and they're allowing up to $200,000 per employer. Last year, we tried to stand up a student learner apprenticeship program. That bill failed. The department has stood that up. They've identified tens of millions of dollars of federal funding, as well as they're permitted to use the interest off the state unemployment income fund. They've worked collaboratively with the community colleges, UW, economic development agencies. They've got a model now where they can identify in each county the industries that have the most critically short skilled labor so that they can target the funding at those industry segments. And it is pumped up and on steroids. It is a fantastic program, and it's just getting started. I think it renders the Wyoming's Tomorrow absolutely unnecessary. Everything that program hopes to do is being done now by the colleges and by workforce services and private enterprise. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think it's really important that if you do this, you need to understand where that money would normally flow. And so what you may be starving in the future. So, but first, Mr. Chairman, I just want to go through with you. We have the Wyoming Education Trust Fund. In the Department of Education, by an earlier action, you diverted $600,000 out of that, your interest earnings off that, back into the school foundation program. We also have the Hathaway Scholarship Program. We also have the Higher Education Endowment Program. And Mr. Chairman, we have the School Foundation Program. And so if you capture these funds and you run it towards this endowment, which would be now the fourth endowment, but yet the obligation for the K through 12 funding model is the big thing. So you're capturing that money that would normally flow into the LSRA, and you're going to say, now we're going to start another endowment. Well, we all know the LSRA is our rainy day account, but let me tell you where the obligations come out of that. So effectively what you're doing is automatically, in the amendment earlier, there is an auto appropriations out of the LSRA. Automatically, every biennium starts with $100 million into the school foundation program. On top of that, Mr. Chairman, this biennium, you're going to have another $128 million transferred out of the LSRA to the school foundation program. This funds the model for K through 12. $228 million out of this budget is coming out of the LSRA that goes to straight. What this effectively does is capture those monies that would trip into the LSRA and sends them to a different education endowment account, further exacerbating the problem of the structural deficit that we have in K through 12 right now, which is a $128 million deficit in this biennium. Plus we do the auto appropriations. All that money comes out of the LSRA. If you do this, that money doesn't flow into the LSRA, so it will exacerbate the drain on the LSRA down and could have potential impact going down the road on our ability to fund K through 12 deficit out of the LSRA. That's what it does, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let's do this. Let's go back to the sponsors, either Senator Ellis or Senator Scott, and then we'll call for a vote, if that's okay with the sponsors. Senator Ellis, let's see if we make it work. Go ahead. So either Salazar or up front, wherever you're comfortable. Okay.
It was a joy seeing all of your lovely faces, but I'm not used to it. Colleagues, I'm not a gambling lady. I'll tell you that straight up. But when I think of the work and the potential that this bill has and what it could mean to Wyoming, prior speakers are right. We invest a lot in children, K through 12. We invest a lot when they're 18 through 22 and attending our universities and community colleges. But what are we doing for the citizens of Wyoming that are in our workforce? I understand the preference for just wanting to appropriate the bill. As someone who signed on to bring you this amendment, it's before you now. I'd tell you that if you look at lines 29 through 31, we will have full opportunity to debate and consider and amend, reject, or adopt the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship as we'll present it to you. So this doesn't necessarily guarantee anything. But it's before you today, and I'd rather pursue this idea of the flips and tips, and I want to thank our Chairman of Appropriations for doing such an excellent job of explaining how that works. I also want to thank our Vice Chairman for talking about the exacerbation and the drain on the LISRA. My preference, Mr. President, is that we know we have a structural deficit in education, which makes this amendment that much more important. While we have the opportunity, while the price of gas and oil is strong, this is a chance for us to save some of that money and invest it into the future. Wyoming has a solid track record of setting up these investment funds and putting them to good use, and that's what we're asking for, is a reliable, stable source of funding that will provide for future generations of our Wyoming workforce. And so when having to pick between the two options of gambling on whether or not our Appropriations Committee will, ever appropriate a $50 million ask to set this fund up versus what you have before it today and betting on the price of oil and gas, I'm going to bet on this. That's what I'm putting my money on, and I hope you would too. So I'd urge your aye vote.
Thank you, Senator. Ready for the question? Question called. Roll call, please. This is on second reading, this is on second reading number 34 to Senate File 1.
On the amendment, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? No. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. James? No. Kinski? No. Kolb? No. Cost? No. Landon? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? Pappas, aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? No. Closing. Salazar? No to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote close. On the amendment, 10 aye, 20 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 34 to Senate File 1 has failed. Final amendment. Second reading amendment number 38 to Senate File 1, corrected copy. Read it in.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 38, corrected copy. Page 140 after line 25, insert.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the corrected copy, second reading amendment 38, corrected copy to Senate File 1, and ask the body to vote aye. Mr. President, members of the Senate, what this does is it appropriates $75 million from the general fund to the Office of the Governor for the purpose of providing state matching funds to qualify for federal infrastructure funds awarded to Wyoming or its political subdivisions under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And this appropriation should not be expended for any other purpose. We had some discussion about this the other day from the Chairman of Transportation. This is to make sure, as the infrastructure bill comes out over the next 5 years, they're going to start awarding grants over the next 3 years, for the next 3 years very soon. And in many of those places in highways, we've already talked a little bit about this on the wildlife resource. We've already appropriated $10 million under a previous bill. to match on a one to four match. For every dollar we put in, the feds will do $4 for wildlife crossings. This one does, there's money coming for highways, other highway construction projects that are a 4-to-1 match. There's some coming from airports that are up to a 1-to-20 match. So there's a number of these grants that come out. You have to apply for them. They have to do a construction, and they're going to get going. This gives the governor this matching money to go out and identify those matching grants that are in Wyoming's best interest, and also to refuse those that aren't. And to do that, he's got to have access, and we've got to give him access to set. And this is working through the governor's office. This is their estimate of the amount of matching that they think we might need over the next 3 years. They have a list of projects down there that are potential. If those aren't, if this isn't used, it'll just remain where it is and eventually end up in the LSRA. If it is used, all of it will result in significant multipliers for dollars for roads, for broadband, for other things that come through the infrastructure bill. I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's what this is. We've heard some expression of concern from other people to make sure this is in here. That's what this one does. Urge your aye vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion? Further discussion? Question being called. It does involve money. This is on second reading number 38 to Senate File 1. Roll call, please.
Second reading amendment number 38, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Hutchings, aye. James? No. Kinsky? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstetter? Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Amendment number 38, 19 aye, 11 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 38 to Senate File 1 passed. Okay, folks, Senate File 1, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a 3rd time? Hearing no objection, it's so ordered. I will note this pursuant to JR 14-1B, 3rd reading will begin the 2nd legislative working day after the 2nd reading is completed. Privilege floor? Go ahead.
Privilege.
Go ahead.
I want to correct the record. I'm set straight by staff. Senator Pappas was correct. The L. Bogan Foundation paid half the cost of the training, but not half the cost of the stipend. So he was right. I was wrong. I wanted to get that straight out there. I'm still opposed to their amendment, but I did want to get the correct information out there.
Thank you. Mr. Floor Leader.
I just wanted to hear him say it one more time. No. Thank you. Everybody, we're going to go ahead and work a little bit of the committee of the whole. The bills, if you look on the right board, you're going to see what's there. There's another 20 or so coming. So you got to keep in mind, everything's got to be off board from committee of the whole by Friday afternoon, and we got one more day of these budget amendments, Friday. So we'll spend the day tomorrow. How much time you spend on these bills depends on what comes off the bottom of the list, because at this point, it's highly unlikely they're all going to make it. Brian, you're okay. With that, Mr. President, I move the Senate resolve itself into committee of the
Wait,
whole.
before we do that, I think we need to send the committee to work. Go ahead. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. Very astute. I think you knew why I was rising. I just wanted to announce that the Transportation Committee is going to head to a committee room and get a little bit of work done while you take good care of the Committee of the Whole. Once again, we will take up those 4 bills that were aforementioned. Senate File 14, telecommunicator cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Senate File 22, utility trailers, permanent registration. Senate File 17, automated transport of cargo and goods fit. Senate File 52, special license plate organ donations. With your permission, Mr. President, we will head to a committee room.
Thank you. Transportation excused. Do good work. Mr. Floor Leader, now you can make that Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, since I'm going to the Transportation Committee meeting, I wanted to let you know that Minerals Committee was going to meet at 8 in the morning. 8 in the morning, it's 0 outside now, it'll be 0 outside at 8 in the morning.
So not much
And
changes.
we're going to hear 2 bills. Senate File 71, deregulated industrial power zones, which is a continuation from today, and then Senate File 106, Wyoming Stable Token Act. So that's a meeting, an extra meeting for the Minerals Committee. Thank you.
So heads up, Minerals meeting. Now, I think we're going to go back to the Floor Leader.
Okay, one last, when we come out of Committee of the Whole, we need to keep enough quorum here so the president can read in probably another 15 bills that will go on that list. So when we go out of the Committee of the Whole, don't start trickling out of here. So with that, Mr. President, I move the Senate resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Senator Rothfuss.
Committee of the Whole, please come to order. First bill for your consideration is Senate File 61. Will the reading clerk please read the Senate file?
Senate File 61, Sage Grouse Game Bird Farms, no certification expiration 2, sponsored by Senator Perkins, an act relating to game and fish. It was referred to Committee Number 6, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Ellis, Landon, and Schuler. No Senators Guru and Salazar. Senator Ellis, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the Senate file. What is your pleasure, Senator Ellis? It's not working yet. How about Senator Salazar's mic? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 61 do pass. And for an explanation of the bill, I'd ask that you call on Senator Perkins.
Thank you. Senator Perkins, back to you.
Mr. Chairman, what this Senate File 61 is a simple bill that what it does is that it just extends a sunset date on the ability for the sage grouse research and project. Let me just tell you a little bit about the project and why it's important. This was done in 2017. We gave 5 years to go out to prove up a theory that you could raise and rear sage grouse, the greater sage grouse, under captivity, and then potentially release them and help this is another tool and tool belt to help avoid listing of the greater sage grouse. These folks have been doing this at a bird farm that's being done at a bird farm in a separate location. They had to build separate pens away, at least a quarter-mile away from any other bird pens. It is funded by a foundation, a nonprofit foundation. There is no implication, no desire, no express purpose for this ever to turn into any kind of commercial operation. But it is being done to help to see if you can do this, and they're making some great progress. A couple of things to put into this: these folks have engaged a professional wildlife biologist approved by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. He's one of the most knowledgeable sage grouse biologists in the Bighorn Basin. He's been studying sage grouse in the Bighorn Basin for about 15 years. He's been instrumental in gathering success in gathering these eggs. There's also another college-trained wildlife biologist on staff at the farm that's raised over 750,000 game birds in the last 25 years, mostly pheasant and Hungarian partridge. They've been in collaboration with the Calgary Zoo and another group that's also trying to do these same things for the lesser sage grouse in Oklahoma. This is a research facility. They've made inquiries with the UW and the Northwest Community College to see if they can have more academic involvement in this, but it hasn't happened yet. So long story short, they need more time to prove this up. The first year, the first couple of years, they tried to gather these eggs that they were on the license to do. They were not successful in doing that. They couldn't find the nests. They tried that a couple different ways. They tried dogs, that was unsuccessful. They tried drones, and that was unsuccessful. They finally got permission. They put some they put some tracking devices on some hens, and they were able to locate them that way. Under the direction and the consultation with the wildlife biologists, they're very careful, and they actually monitored these. After they harvested about 133 eggs, they were authorized to take 250. They only took 133. Some of those were broken. Some of them were infertile. They hatched 22. 16 chicks were lost because of various deformities. And they've been able to, from those hatches, raise 51 grouse that are now their breeding stock. They have no plans at this point in time to go out and harvest any more eggs. They also did an experiment as they were very careful as they took the eggs away, and they actually monitored those sites, and those hens returned to the same nesting sites and relaid eggs in those same nesting sites. So right now, these folks are ready to move this on. They're running out of time. The sunset date ends the end of this year. They would like some more time to continue with this research effort, which it has dual goals of preserving the species and avoiding the potential listing as endangered birds. Every year, they have to reapply for their permit with the Game and Fish Department. Each year, this process is open to the public, so it's not happening in any kind of back room. The director of Game and Fish said the testing and regulation on this game farm is very, very tight. They have the ability to inspect at almost any time. And while disease spread is never 100% avoidable, he testified that the director testified these are very, very tight. At this point, the other reason they need us some additional time to do this is they don't plan to collect any more eggs at this point in time. But if this is successful, they may need to have better diversity, so they may need to gather eggs and increase the genetic diversity in the group if it continues to work. Again, it needs some more time. There's no tax dollars involved, and that they're learning a lot about the sage grouse in doing this. And so with that, I ask for your favorable vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stand for question.
Thank you, Senator Perkins. We're on Senate File 61. Any discussion? Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a question. Would we consider possibly restricting the ability to gather eggs in the future? Could that be kind of a friendly approach to maybe come to some compromise on this?
Thank you, Senator Case. Any additional questions before the sponsor rises? Senator Scott, floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, in response to that, I would think that was well premature. This succeeds, they're going to need some more genetic diversity. That does mean gathering some more eggs. And while I'm up, I would say I do some sage grouse monitoring, volunteer through the Audubon Society for the Game and Fish. And at least in our area, we're seeing a major problem as a result of West Nile. So I think there's an added urgency to this particular program. We do have the proof that it can be done now from the Canadians. Let's get on with this because we may need it more than we realize.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Cost, back to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I had the fortunate privilege of being able to tour the facility and get firsthand knowledge of not only the facility, but the offspring. And they're doing an unbelievable job. They're very careful about what they're doing. They've got their pens, they've got the sagebrush and all in them, so they're very much just like it would be out in the wild. The sage grouse are doing very well. I know we're getting a few emails with people saying they're concerned, why are we doing this? They don't do it for deer and elk and that. I think we need to remember that there was this little thing called the black-footed ferret that we worked and became very successful in our area up there for repopulating. This is going to be successful. They just need some time. I think if we're patient and work with them, they're going to have a very successful turnout.
Thank you, Senator Cost. Further discussion or questions? Any further? Senator Perkins, do you want to rise to this? Are you good? Go ahead.
I'm really tired, Mr.
No
Chairman.
worries.
I will be happy to visit with the good senator from Fremont County about that. Maybe there's something we can arrange in doing that. Let me check back with the biologists and folks and see if there's some restrictions we can put on that. As I said, they're not intending to collect any more eggs. They have their brood hens there. They've got over 50 of them that are there, and well, not all brood hens, but they're all there. And so, that there may be some need to do this in the future, but maybe we can arrange it, some arrangement so to give some comfort that this won't happen and that they just won't be out and collecting whenever, which seems to be one of the major issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Perkins. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Ellis's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 61, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 61 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 7. Will the reading clerk please read the Senate file?
Senate File 7, Wyoming Gaming Commission Scrivener Error Correction, sponsored by the Travel Committee. An act relating to the Wyoming Gaming Commission was referred to Committee Number 6, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Ellis, Guru, Landon, Salazar, and Schuler. Senator Ellis, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the Senate file. What's your pleasure, Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate file do pass. Senators, I know it's late in the evening, so I'll try and be brief, but I also want to just remind you of what happened. You'll recall that in 2020, there were skill-based amusement games operating in Wyoming without regulation. So that year, the legislature passed House Bill 171, which provided a regulatory framework to authorize these games to exist or operate in Wyoming for a one-year period. House Bill 171 converted the Wyoming Parimutuel Commission into the Gaming Commission and made a number of other changes. A year later, in 2021, skill game operators asked that the legislation to make the presence of their games to be permanent. So the legislature crafted Senate File 56 to codify that regulatory framework, and in doing so, it repealed House Bill 171. Unfortunately, the bill should have only repealed Section 1 of House Bill 171. Unfortunately, again, the repealer repealed the entire bill. This was a drafting error and has resulted in a few unfortunate problems with the commission. You'll recall that we added 2 commission members with the passage of House Bill 171, a tribal representative and a law enforcement representative. As a result of our error, they have lost their voting privileges as being members of the commission, so this would restore that. But more significantly, the law enforcement that was authorized to be hired by the commission has been called into question, and so they've had to work through some Band-Aids to make sure that that law enforcement, that personnel was remaining eligible for things like their retirement benefits. So passage of this bill is important. It corrects an error. It shouldn't be controversial. I'd ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Any questions or discussion on Senate File 7, Wyoming Gaming Commission Scrivener Error Corrections? Any questions? Seeing none, the question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Ellis's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 7, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 7 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 112. Would the reading clerk please read the Senate file?
Senate File 112, General Government Reports 2, sponsored by the Senate Appropriations Committee, an act relating to the administration of government. Was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Guru, Hicks, Steinmetz, excused Senators Kinski and Perkins. Senator Hicks, acting chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee whole rise and report to do so with a favorable do pass recommendation on Senate File 112, General Government Reports 2. For an explanation of the bill, I ask you to call upon Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Senator Perkins. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we go through this bill, if you remember, we're just requiring some reports basically regarding some of the federal monies and expenditures that we're seeing throughout the state. We're requiring some from the governor's office, the treasurer's office, the Department of Corrections, And those are time limited. Oh, and Department of Tourism on Quebec 1. Those are time limited, so they won't will result in endless reports for us. Just a little more work for your Joint Appropriations Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you for doing the work, Senator Steinmetz. Is there any discussion on Senate File 112? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Perkins' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 112, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Senate File 112 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 90. Will the reading clerk please read the Senate file?
Senate File 90, Capital Financing Select Committee Membership, sponsored by Senator Hicks, an act relating to the legislature. It was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Giroux, Hicks, and Steinmetz. Excused Senators Kinski and Perkins. Senator Hicks, acting chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the City Committee of the Whole Rise and Report do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 90, Capital Finance Select Committee membership, and ask you to call upon the Vice President for an explanation of the bill.
Thank you, Senator Perkins. Senator Hicks, to you, looks like we do have one amendment. Go ahead.
I have that read in, Mr. Chairman.
Senate File 90, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 6, after.
Go ahead, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 90. This is just a cleanup amendment, just after House, it strikes the balance of the line and inserts a period. Ask for your favorable consideration.
All right, we're on the amendment. First of all, is there any discussion on Standing Committee Amendment Number 1? It's cleanup. The question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Hicks' motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 90, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 90 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Senator Hicks, to you.
Mr. Chairman, this just expands the Capital Finance Committee by one member in the House and one member in the Senate. Mr. Chairman, this is probably one of the most important committees in the entire legislature. I've had the opportunity to serve on here for the last 4 years, and I will tell you, if you really want to understand how the investments of the state of Wyoming work, the role of the committee is to monitor the establishment and implementation of state investment policy of our $26 billion that we currently have. We work with the office and the State Land Board to do that. We also prepare and submit recommendations to the legislature, including sponsoring legislation to improve statutes related to the investment of our funds and the state and local government funds. And here's probably most important, to develop knowledge and expertise among the members regarding issues related to the investment of public funds and capital financing. Folks, this committee deals with $26 billion of investments for the state of Wyoming. There is a lot of good things that what committee has been. My concern is we do need to expand the bench and get more knowledge of how those investments work, what the rate of returns are on them, how we can achieve more returns. Remember, it drives 26% of all the general funds comes off our investment earnings. We think we can do better for that. So, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the fiscal note, there's already enough money in the feed bill to cover this for those two positions. I just ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Any discussion on Senate File 90, Capital Financing Select Committee membership? Any discussion? Seeing Senator Scott. Floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a bad bill, an important topic, but a bad bill, but we can deal with it more rationally on third reading when we're fresh.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Perkins' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 90, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Senate File 90 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 97. Will the reading clerk please read the Senate file?
Senate File 97, Change in Party Affiliation, sponsored by Senator Beitman, an act relating to elections, was referred to Committee Number 5, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Boner, Bouchard, French, Cost, and Wasserberger. Senator Boner, chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, do so with a favorable recommendation, Senate File 97. There is a standing committee amendment. I ask that that be read in.
Please read in the standing committee amendment.
One moment, please.
We're on hold. I don't have a standing committee amendment.
Senate File 97, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 3, line 2, delete.
Thank you, Senator Boner. To you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For explanation of the bill and the standing committee amendment, I refer to the prime sponsor.
Thank you. Senator Beitman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Senate File 97, change in party affiliation again. I'll disperse of the standing committee amendment first. If you look at your standing committee amendment, all we did in the committee was the county clerks pointed out a potential snafu in the bill with the language, not later than. So we inserted prior to, and if you look at your bill, page 3, line 2, where that is, let me pull it up here on my screen. Goes into where we're talking about in the bill. Shoot, where is it? Sorry. Page 392.
The question has been called about whether the amendment is available. I'm not sure that everyone has it in their box. It is apparently available online. Is everyone comfortable with using the online version? Okay, and it's going to be distributed shortly. Does anyone want to object and hold this back? I see a nodding head. Not holding it back a day, I think just for a few minutes. Shall we wait just a few minutes, or?
It's really a small amendment.
It is a short amendment, but we're not going to take action on an amendment if everyone hasn't seen the amendment. That's not appropriate.
That's true.
So one moment, we have copies here. We'll make sure everybody gets copies right now. Just because we're in a hurry, we're not going to do this wrong.
Thank you.
And Senator Beitman, it hasn't been moved yet, so when we get back in, let's do a quick motion. Senator Boner did not move the amendment. All right, I believe everybody now has a copy of the amendment. Does anyone not have a copy? Seeing none, let's proceed. Senator Beitman, back to you. We're on the amendment, and I would appreciate a motion on the amendment.
Here comes, Mr. Chairman. I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 97 and ask for your aye vote. Ladies and gentlemen, page 3, line 2 of the bill. This is in the meat of the bill where we're in 22-5-214, changing political party affiliation. I'll read it to you so it makes sense. For a primary election, an elector may declare or change party affiliation by completing an application signed before a notary or election official and filing it with the county clerk. And what the original language was, it says not later than the first day. This amendment would change it to prior to the first day on which an application for nomination may be filed. So that's the amendment. It just cleans up exactly which day we're talking about. It gives clarity to the clerks and the Secretary of State's office. And I ask for your aye vote.
Any questions or discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Beitman's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 97, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That Standing Committee Amendment has been adopted. We're back in the bill. Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now on the bill, like I said, the bill basically just does one main thing, and there's a couple cleanup parts of it. First cleanup would be on right under Section 1 on page 1. We go into grounds for canceling registration in 22-3-115. If this bill were to pass, if the idea of tightening up when you can switch your party affiliation were to happen, one way you could game that system would be to cancel your registration and then re-register on the same day of the election. So in order to prevent that from happening, you got to go into 22-3-115 and add the language in red that you see on your bill. Upon request of the elector, at any time except for the period in which the party changes are prohibited. So that kind of blocks the loophole for that. The rest of the bill, Mr. Chairman, conforming language in 22-5-212 that the Secretary of State's office and the county clerks worked on. Everybody's happy with that. And then the meat of the bill is 22-5-214, and it cuts off party switching from the day before the filing period starts through the primary election. Then you can switch to your heart's desire after the primary, all through the following year, and then the following year after that, up until the filing period for the next primary election, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Senator Beitman. Any discussion on Senate File 97, change in party affiliation? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, quick question. Is a change from unaffiliated to a particular party, is that a change in party affiliation in the terms of this bill?
Thank you, Senator Scott. Any additional questions before the sponsor stands? Any additional questions? Seeing none, Senator Beitman.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that would be a change in party affiliation.
Thank you, Senator Beitman. For the discussion, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, in light of that answer, on and against the bill. And I represent an area in Natrona County that has a fair population turnover. A lot of young families, they get transferred in and out one way or another. I'm thinking particularly of the Bar None area. Lots of people, when they first come in, will just register to vote, not declare a party affiliation. They don't yet know situation in Wyoming. They don't know what the two parties really stand for as much in Wyoming. And then when it comes to primary, then they'll want to declare one way or another when they have a better understanding. If this bill passes, a lot of my constituents are going to be mad with good cause. This is a bad bill designed to suppress, Mr. Chairman, people's right to vote in the election that really counts in Wyoming.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Further discussion? Senator Hicks, to you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just as an observation, I've got a lot of people in my district, if this bill doesn't pass, are going to be really, really, really mad.
Sounds like under any circumstance we'll have mad people, but we can all agree, go Pokes. They're playing right now south of the border. Every last one of us cares about that. Senator Grew, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against, I guess my biggest fear about this bill is the fear that you must all feel about its passage. I guess I just, I don't see it. I don't see it. I think what it does is it's going to drive people away from the process, which is sad. I think that it'll take, it'll achieve the goal you want it to achieve, I guess, driving people away, making people more distrustful of the system, making people feel more disenfranchised, less inclined to get involved in the system. So good for you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Grew. Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this bill. I believe it's something that's really come to be a necessary thing to do. We've heard for years that there's been all this crossover voting, and I think this will definitely put a hamper to a lot of that. And we'll find out the truth. And I'm seeking the truth. I want to have open and fair elections, and I want our people to have a surety that something wasn't gamed. And I think this does something to that end. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kolb. Additional discussion. Senator Hutchings on Senate File 97.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the bill, I just want to say quickly ditto to what the good senator just said. And I think this bill will help citizens become more informed and an educated electorate, and not just go out to vote, but really be informed on what they're supposed to do. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hutchings. To Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The town hall meetings that I have throughout Fremont County, as far as my Senate district is concerned, this inevitably comes up time and time again. I can only tell you that from the people that I've heard in my district, they overwhelmingly support this bill. I would hope that you would do the same, and look for your favorable response. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Salazar. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not to prolong this, but I want to speak on behalf of election judges. So last election cycle, I was able to be one because we had a shortage due to COVID, and a lot of the folks that were in our area were older, and so they wanted to protect their health, and rightly so. So I volunteered to be an election judge, and it is a lot of work to change people on election day and to deal with all of that paperwork. And we have a shortage of election judges, so I think this would really help that as well. It's a lot of work to be changing right on that day. So on and for the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Steinmetz. Senator Perkins, there's still a few more.
Thank you. I'm struggling with this one a little bit. I like I don't have a problem with some of the concept. This is the problem I have with it. We talk about an informed election and having the ability to do that, but yet this requires party affiliation before I even know who's running. You have to declare your party affiliation on the first day that you can file for office. So that usually runs about 2 weeks or so, and so you don't even know who's running for the office until you get to the end. And you actually saw this backfire in Alabama a few years ago, when you get locked into a candidate before you even know about that. And so, I understand the mischief, and I'm sympathetic and would like to find a way to do the mischief, but I don't understand how this works very well when you have to declare your party affiliation before you even know who's on the slate.
Speaking of mischief, the Pokes Trail, 2731 and a half. Over to Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wonder about some consequences of the bill. For example, under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, you have the right of assembly. And originally that was interpreted as assemble to petition your government. But that definition has been expanded by the courts. And so you have the right to affiliate for political purposes. And there's a case involving, I can get you the case, but it's a national organization for the advancement of people of a particular race. And in that case, the Supreme Court expanded the ability of people and said, you have this ability to affiliate, and you also have the ability to unaffiliate. It's one of our most significant constitutional protections. This bill doesn't allow you to unaffiliate. If you want to say, I don't want anything to do with a particular party, you can't do it under this bill. That's a violation of your First Amendment. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, there's a bit more too. I know what this bill is seeking to do, but I was going to talk about the fact that that you actually have to declare a party before you even know who the actual candidates, the official candidates are. Well, that's kind of denying people of their ability to make decisions based on who's running. Lots of people say they're going to run until you put your name on the actual deal and file. And you can withdraw from filing all the way through the filing period, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. So you're severing the people, the candidate, from the affiliation of the voter. I think you're open to challenge on that one big time. And, in that aspect, there'll be people that say, well, this particular political organization has a written out statement of what they stand for. And so you're affiliating with that. But you actually affiliate with candidates. We all know that. And not all candidates take that set of rules or bylaws or platforms that those parties have and treat them like gospel. You don't have to. In America, you don't have to. Mr. President, let's go back to the unaffiliation for a second. So if we have a constitutional right to unaffiliate from a political organization, this bill will be challenged right away. And so now you've turned a one-step process into a two-step process. Maybe it's going to be the Wyoming two-step, Texas two-step. But I'm looking at motivated voters will be able to do that. They will unaffiliate, because you won't be able to stop that, Mr. Chairman. And then they will be able to affiliate because they will be an unregistered voter, and they'll be able to affiliate with the polls. And you'll have to do the Wyoming two-step, which I'm confident the voters will be able to do if they want. But throw all that out. Why are we doing this, Mr. Chairman? We're doing this so that the majority of the people in Wyoming can elect someone that represents the majority of people of Wyoming? Oh, wait, we're not. We're doing this so that a minority of people, through a partisan process, can control the final outcome of an election. That's not a very good reason to do this. When I believe in political parties and political doctrine, I think we've got the best ideas. Come join us. We're going to win because we provide the best platform. Not, oh, we're not going to win by letting you in. We want to win by keeping you out. This legislative session has had a lot to do with keeping people out. Keeping people from being in sports, or keeping people from voting in elections, or keeping people from getting services from their government. I don't want to be the person that keeps people out. I want to win on ideas and bring people in. It's a bad bill.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Schuler, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've always had some issues with the crossover bill. The biggest issue I have is the moving the date as far back as it is, because as has been mentioned already, I won't beat that dead horse, but if you don't even know who's running, I think particularly for people moving into our state, and we do have a few people moving in and out, mostly in, it'd be very difficult to know anything about these folks, whether you're a Republican moving in from Nevada or a Democrat moving in from California, whatever. The problem is, I think that, until you know who those candidates are, we have public forums, and I like to go to those and listen to the candidates and really hear what they have to say. And I'm sure a lot of people in our communities do the same. And when you have this date, as it is in the bill now, you won't have a chance to hear those folks. You can hear them later on, or you can read the newspaper and see what they stand for, what they believe in. But when you have this date this far back, I recall a few years ago when this bill came through, and I was on corporations, and I think the bringer of the bill, or maybe someone else, amended it so that it was the date was closer to when the absentee ballots were due. To me, that made more sense, because really, if you're going to change, and if you have to make an effort to go down to the county clerk's office and do that, to me, then that takes, I think that's the brunt of what this bill is trying to get to, is if you got to make an effort to change, then go down to the courthouse and do it. But let's don't do it that soon before we even know who the candidates are and what they stand for, what they believe in. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Schuler. We're on Senate File 97, change in party affiliation. Let's go to the sponsor.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Biden.
Chairman. Thank you for the debate. There was a lot to unpack there, so I'll try my best to answer everybody's questions and put down a lot of mischaracterizations of what my bill does. There are 9 states that currently have closed primaries that are way more restrictive than what I'm proposing here. Most of them are states that are run by the opposite party, your party, Mr. Chairman, and they haven't been challenged in court. They haven't been thrown out as unconstitutional, and they have way farther restrictions than we do. So that's that point. As far as keeping the best ideas out and a minority of people choosing here, it's not the current majority party's fault that the current minority party is so unpopular, that people either even don't run for that party's nomination because they know they won't win, where those people have to come over and vote and cross over to the other party's primary to pick the candidate that best reflects their values. And it just upsets the whole process. The best thing that could happen to this state would be a more viable second party, where it's more evenly, almost 50-50 split. I think that would be the best thing that could happen in Wyoming. But that's not the game we're playing right now. That's not the playing field we're dealt with. So you want to talk about disenfranchising voters. What about the actual grassroots of the party who has been working for their nominees, working for their cause, and then have somebody cross over and who has no intention of being a part of that party, but only wants to influence the outcome of that election to pick the opponent that they prefer to face in the general election? That is wrong. I'll call it cheating because that's what it is to me. It's cheating. It's wrong. I don't like it. That's why I feel so passionate about this. And that's why my constituents feel that compassion about this bill. So we need to clean that up. This is about election integrity. We have primary elections and we have general elections. People that decide they're unaffiliated, that don't want to be part of a party, that's their choice. They make that choice. The rest of us choose to be part of a party. And we should have that choice, and our vote should not be canceled out by people that just want to game the system, like I said. So let's get this passed through. I think it's a very important piece of legislation that a lot of people feel very passionate about, and they've been waiting a long time to get something done on this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Beitman. Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Primaries are to vote on someone in your party. Your party is based on a platform. You either follow that platform or you don't. And that's what you're voting on in the primary. In 2020, if I'm not mistaken, it was about 20,000 people changed their affiliation back to their original party affiliation the day after the primary. Those people had no intent on electing someone by the party standards and party platform. Their intent was to screw with the primary election. Otherwise, they would have stayed their original party affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Any further discussion on Senate File 97, change in party affiliation? Seeing none, question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Boner's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 97, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. Ayes have it. Senate File 97 has passed the committee of the whole. The next file for your consideration is Senate File 43. Will the reading clerk please read the Senate file? Is that a minute?
Senate File 43, Community College District Elections, sponsored by Senator Wasserberger. An act relating to community college district elections was referred to Committee Number 4, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Beitman, Ellis, Rothfuss, Salazar, and Scott. Senator Scott, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the Senate file. What's your pleasure? I think Senator Scott first, and then Senator Wasserberger. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I move in the committee of the whole rise and report it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 43 do pass with standing committee amendment. I ask it be read in at this time.
Senate File 43, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 4, line 10, after.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator
I
Scott?
yield to Senator Wasserberger, the sponsor, for an explanation of both standing committee amendment and the bill.
Senator Wasserberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One moment, Senator Wasserberger. I can't hear you. I don't know if your mic's not working or if you're just not talking to it. It's not working. It's similar to Senator Ellis's then, so let's get you a microphone. Yeah, you can come up to the podium. That's a good idea. Senator Case, back there.
Point of order.
Yep, go
You
ahead.
know, the podium is kind of reserved for, it raises the stature of a member, and I would prefer that any member address from another member's chair.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Agreed. Thank you, Senator Case. With that, then, let's go to Senator Wasserberger at an alternative microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to deal with the Standing Committee Amendment first. Members of the Senate, this amendment clarifies the date of certification of the election for the county clerks, and it was suggested by our county clerks. In the original statute, they had 1 day to certify the election. And so what the language says, we insert certification of the, and that means they would have 1 week to certify the election. So I would ask for your favorable vote.
Senator Wasserberger, it hasn't been moved yet. Would you move that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You didn't?
I will move it again.
You didn't? Go ahead.
I move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 43 and ask for your favorable vote.
Thank you. Any discussion on Standing Committee Amendment number 1? Seeing none, question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Wasserberger's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 43, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 43 has been adopted. Back on the bill, Senator Wasserberger.
Members of the Senate, let me walk you through this bill. On page 3, line 3, the bill inserts and its initial, which requires the Gillette Community College Board of Trustees to organize along with all other community colleges and to elect a chairman and secretary and treasurer. Continuing on page 2, line 19, we insert the regular after 4, which requires regular elections of board members within its jurisdictions. On page 3, line 4, at 2118-309, we insert the first regular election of a community college district shall not be held until the date of the second succeeding general election that follows the election establishing the community college board and its initial board. And so essentially what that does is it puts the top 4 vote getters on a 4-year term. So this election would take place in November of 2024, and then the bottom 3 elector or trustees would have the 2-year term. And then the bottom 3 would run again in November of 2026 on a 4-year term. So members of the Senate, there are 2 terms that we need to discuss. The term initial election is the election that voters approve the mill levy for the Independent Community College District and the 7 new members of the Board of Trustees. That election took place in August of 2021. This bill requires that the next regular election of the Board of Trustees will be in November 2024. At that election, the top 4 trustees receiving the highest number of votes will run for a 3-year term, and the bottom 3 will run for a 2-year term. This bill only impacts Gillette Community College and all future community colleges that are created in the state of Wyoming. This bill allows Gillette Community College Board of Trustees to have staggered terms of office along with other colleges in the state. Continuing on page 3, lines 4 through 13, we inserted on line 10 after the certification of the, which the county clerks wanted to give them 7 days to certify the election. And then on line 5, we change from the certification of the election from the Community College Commission back to county clerks. And Mr. Chairman, that's the bill. I ask you to vote aye.
Thank you, Senator Wasserberger. Is there any discussion on Senate File 43, Community College District Elections? Seeing none, question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 43, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 43 has nonetheless passed the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
I sense we're fading away and going away. I move the committee of the whole rise and report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Committee of the Whole as adjourned. Mr. President. Yep. No worries. No problem.
Reading clerk will read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole, having had under considerations bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 61, do pass. Senate File 7, do pass. Senate File 112, do pass. Senate File 90, do pass amended. Senate File 97, do pass amended. Senate File 43, do pass amended. Senator Rothfuss, Chairman.
Senator Rothfuss,
Mr. President, I move for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Report adopted. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk.
Mr. President, I would suggest we read some bills in before I do a motion.
Yeah, okay. Let's do a standing committee report first, then we'll read some bills in.
February 23, 2022, Mr. President, Committee Number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate File 54, Licensed Professional Counselor Compact, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Baldwin, Bouchard, Furphy, and McEwen. Excused Senator Hutchings. Senator Baldwin, Chairman. February 23, 2022, Mr. Presidential Committee Number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate File 83, Prohibiting Chemical Abortions, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Baldwin, Bouchard, Furphy, Hutchings, and McEwen. Senator Baldwin, Chairman. February 23, 2022, Mr. Presidential Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 41, Expanding Next Generation 911, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Cooper, French, Kolb, Cost, and Nethercott. Senator Nethercott, Chairman. February 23, 2022, Mr. Presidential Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom was referred Senate File 85, Child Care Facility Certification Exemption, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Cooper, French, Kolb, Cost, and Nethercott. Senator Nethercott, Chairman. February 23, 2022, Mr. Presidential Committee Number 4, Education, to whom was referred Senate File 51, Fairness in Women's Sports Act, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Beitman, Salazar, and Scott. No Senators Ellis and Rothfuss. Senator Scott, Chairman. February 23, 2022, Mr. Presidential Committee Number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 62, Civics Transparency Act, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Beitman, Ellis, Salazar, and Scott. No Senator Rothfuss. Senator Scott, Chairman. February 22, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 100 engrossed, Redistricting of the Legislature, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Boner, Case, Driscoll, Nethercott, and Scott. Senator Driscoll, Chairman. February 23, 2022, Mr. Presidential Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 100, Stalking Amendments, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Cooper, French, Kolb, Cost, and Nethercott. Senator Nethercott, Chairman. February 23, 2022, Mr. Presidential Committee Number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred Senate File 56, Lottery Amendments, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Anderson, Beitman, Cooper, Rothfuss, and Wasserberger. Senator Anderson, Chairman. February 23, 2022, Mr. Presidential Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 77, Name Change, Duration of Residency Requirement, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Cooper, French, Kolb, Cost, and Nethercott. Senator Nethercott, Chairman. February 23, 2022, Mr. Presidential Committee Number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom was referred Senate File 55, Insurance Sandbox, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Anderson, Beitman, Cooper, Rothfuss, and Wasserberger. Senator Anderson, Chairman.
Thank you. Let's read a few bills in. That's it? Okay, we're good? All right. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Thursday, 24.
Announcements? Senator Driscoll?
Mr. President, your Committee Number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions will take up a continuation of Senate File 50, waste, fraud, abuse, whistleblower protection, Senate file, continuation. Senate File 111, Wyoming Financial Transparency Act. Senate File 113, property tax exemptions, organizations funded by the WCDA. Senate File 95, Public Utilities Service and Other Territory. Senate File 63, County Offices Open to the Public. This meeting will be chaired by Senator Scott.
Thank you. Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources will meet on Thursday, February 24th at 8:30 a.m. in Capitol Extension Room 2 and online to take up House Bill 43, Trophy Game, Big Game, and Wild Bison License Allocations.
Thank you. Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 5, Agriculture, will meet tomorrow, Thursday, February 24th, upon adjournment in the State Capitol Room W110 and online to consider Senate File 93, legislative voting records, legislative website, Senate File 96, collection of election ballots, prohibition, and Senate File 69, property tax limits.
Senator Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 2, Appropriations, will meet on Thursday, February the 24th at 8:30 a.m., which is just about 12 hours from now, in the State Capitol Room 301 and online to take up the following bills: Senate File 79, Prohibition on Private Funds for Conducting Elections, and Senate File 108, Social Credit Scores Prohibition, or something very close to that title. Thank you.
Thank you. Tomorrow's sneaking right up. Any other announcements? All right. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Thursday, February 20th.